East Timor report famine situation, New York Times, January 29, 1980. Markham reports the testimony of refugees from late 1979, ethnic Chinese who had succeeded in bribing their way out of East Timor, which one describes in these terms: everyone wants to leave. It is the land of the devil. They were reluctant to speak for fear of Indonesian reprisals against family members whose freedom they hoped to purchase. They describe beatings, executions, massive deaths from starvation, diversion of humanitarian relief by Indonesian officers, torture and disappearances, efforts to impose Indonesian nationality, regular bombing by what appeared to be small American-made Bronco observation planes, and many Indonesian casualties ferried to the military hospital in Dili by helicopter. One described Dili as a world of terror. Like the other refugees in Lisbon, most seemed apolitical. One tough-looking man said that he had been taken into the mountains by the guerrillas because they suspected him of being a member of UDT. His sentiments seemed to lie more with his one-time freestyling captors than with the Indonesians. Previously, American journalists had scrupulously avoided the refugees in Lisbon, or at least their testimony concerning Timor, cf. Chomsky and Herman, op. cit. Refugees with 464. Notes. Tales of communist atrocities receive a rather different treatment. In an effort to overcome this press failure to report refugee testimony, Timorese refugees were brought to the United States by private parties concerned with the issue. For example, 4 refugees, including 3 who were Markham's informants, were brought to the United States in mid-January 1980 and taken to see editors of several major newspapers, but not a word of their testimony appeared in the U.S. press, to my knowledge, and these efforts led to no notable efforts to seek out or attend to refugee testimony. One might argue that the press should be skeptical of pre-selected refugees, possibly a valid argument, had the press not been so careful to avoid selecting them itself. In avoiding Timorese refugees with their unacceptable and unwanted information, the press was mimicking the behavior of the State Department. C. 372. Towards a New Cold War. 16. See the articles cited above, and many important reports and comments by Alexander Coben in the Village Voice, also another Cambodia, with Uncle Sam in a supporting role. New Republic, November 3, 1979, a generally accurate article signed by editor Morton Kondrak, and a Christian Science Monitor editorial, East Timor, The Other Famine, December 18, 1979, which calls for an outpouring of compassion while completely ignoring the U.S. role in bringing about the horrors it describes. 17. On the Western reaction to this massacre, C. 372-73, Towards a New Cold War. 18. Cf. Chomsky and Herman, op. cit. Chap. 4, Section 1, for discussion and references. 19. Arnold Gogan, The Cruel Case of Indonesia, Nation, November 26, 1977. 20. A. J. Languth, Review of Chomsky and Herman, op. cit. Nation, February 16, 1980. 21. The New Foreign Correspondence, Washington Journalism Review, March 1980. 22. C. Inter alia. The statement submitted by Father Francisco Maria Fernandez and Father Apolinario Gutierrez, Catholic priests who represent the East Timor Refugee Committee in Portugal, and who state that they were forced to leave Timor by the Indonesians because we had issued an appeal to the Royal Netherlands Ambassador in Jakarta on behalf of East Timorese in West Timor, requesting his assistance in evacuating these people to Portugal. They give an extensive account of Indonesian atrocities in East Timor, execution of many refugees in West Timor, expulsion of 7,000 refugees from West to East Timor in May 1976 to prevent them from going to Portugal in accordance with arrangements by the Netherlands ambassador, etc. We are talking about genocide, they say, alleging that Indonesia's war of saturation bombing and indiscriminate killing continues unabated while thousands of Timorese are barred from emigration and most of the people of our country have not received any aid due to the inaccessibility of their camps and, in particular, because of widespread Indonesian official corruption. Half of the budget for the International Red Cross program is spent on helicopters to transport aid around East Timor, they observe. This is money that will go directly to the Indonesian government. Indonesia has planes and helicopters, thanks to the United States, to kill our people, but helicopters to help them must be leased for profit. See also the testimony of Father Fernandez at the June 10, 1980, session of the hearings before a subcommittee of the Committee on Appropriations, House of Representatives, 96th Congress, second session. Subcommittee on Foreign Operations and Related Agencies, Part 6, Washington, D.C., U.S. Government Printing Office, 1980, also unreported in the U.S. press. Father Fernandez states here that as many as 300,000 Timorese may have died in the course of the invasion. See accounts of repression in East Timor contradict U.S. view in House Inquiry, Reuters, International Herald Tribune. June 13, 1980. 23. Bernardine Ossiter, New York Times, October 26, November 12, 1979. 24. Cambodia and Timor, editorial, Wall Street Journal, February 6, 1980. Notes. 465. 13. The origins of the special relationship. 1. Bernardine Ossiter, New York Times, June 27, 1982. 2. Boston Globe, June 27, June 9, 1982. 3. Nadav Safran, Israel, the Embattled Ally, Cambridge, M.A., Harvard University Press, 1978, 576, 110. A study that bends over backwards to provide an interpretation sympathetic to Israel. See Noam Chomsky, Towards a New Cold War, New York, Pantheon Books, 1982, Hereinafter TNCW, Chap. 13, for discussion. 4. G. Neil Endenman, The Struggle in Congress over Aid Levels to Israel, American Arab Affairs, Winter 1982-3, see Chap. 4, Note 60, The Fateful Triangle, Boston Globe, September 26, 1982. 5. For an attempt to assess the actual level of U.S. aid, see Thomas Stauffer, Christian Science Monitor, December 29, 1981. For the specific details of the official record, see Josef Prill, Dava, December 10, 1982, Ignacio Klitsch, South, February 1983. 6. Bernard Weinraub, New York Times, May 26, 1982. 7. Senate okays foreign aid plan with $2.6 billion for Israel, Washington Post, Boston Globe, December 18, 1982. 8. Ian S. Lustig, Israeli Politics and American Foreign Policy, Foreign Affairs, Winter 1982-83, Amanda Mitchison, Gift Horses, New Statesman, February 4, 1983. 9. Israel, Foreign Intelligence and Security Services, reprinted in Countess Pi, May to June 1982, one of the documents brought by American journalists from Iran, where they were released after the takeover of the American embassy. Given the circumstances, one cannot be certain of the authenticity of the document, though this tends to be confirmed both by its character and the subsequent discussion concerning it. A former chief of the Israeli Mossad, essentially, the Israeli CIA, Issa Hel, accepted the authenticity of the document but condemned it as anti-Semitic, one-sided and malicious, dilettantish, reflecting a tendency in the CIA to rewrite history at the time the report was written in 1979. Yuval Eliezer, Boston Globe, February 5, 1982, citing an interview in Marif. 10. General Rees, Mattiau Beld, New Outlook, Tel Aviv, May, June 1975, reporting on a visit to the United States. 11. New Outlook editor Seymour Flapan, speaking at an October 1979 conference in Washington, cited by Millthorpe, Jr., President, Foundation for Middle East Peace, hearing before the Subcommittee on Europe and the Middle East of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, House of Representatives, 97th Congress, First Session, December 16, 1981, Washington, D.C., U.S. Government Printing Office, 1982, 143. 12. See Chap. 5, Sections 5 to 8, The Fateful Triangle. 13. See Chap. 4, below. 14. Jesse Leary, Jewish Post and Opinion, May 28, 1982. 15. On the political influence of what he calls the Israeli lobby, see Seth Tillman, The United States in the Middle East, Bloomington, Indiana University Press, 1982. Tillman was on the staff of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee with special concern for the Middle East. 16. Leon Hadar, Labor of Love, Jerusalem Post, March 2, 1982. 17. C. Stephen Zules, Strange Bedfellows, Progressive, November 1981. He notes that passionate support for Israel combines readily with reverent anti-Semitism. See also Richard Bernstein, Evangelicals Strengthening Bonds with Jews, New York Times, February 6, 1983, and J. A. James, Friends in Need, Jerusalem Post, January 20, 1983, discussing the potential importance of evangelical support in American politics and the immense infra. 466. Notes. Structure of media at their command, and also the vast wealth that can be tapped. Dava reports that the Temple Mount Fund, established in Israel and the US and financed by Christian extremists, intends to donate tens of millions of dollars to Jewish settlements in the West Bank. January 23, 1983, Israel Left News Service. It is a reasonable surmise, now sometimes voiced in Israel, that an Israeli evangelical Protestant alliance may become more prominent in Latin America, following the model of Guatemala, where the Rios Montt regime, which has succeeded even in surpassing its predecessors in its murderous barbarity, is supported by evangelical Protestant movements and advised and supplied by Israel. See Note 42. 18. Cited by Amnon Kaplauk, Israel, La Fin des Myths, Paris, Albin Michel, 1975, 219. This book by an outstanding Israeli journalist is the best account of Israeli government, Labour Party, policies from 1967 to 1973. Many U.S. publishers were approached for an English edition, but none was willing to undertake it. 19. Cited by Zules, Strange Bedfellows. 20. See, for example, Pro-Arab Propaganda in America, Vehicles and Voices, a Handbook, Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, 1983, Thomas Mountain, Campus Anti-Zionism, Focus, Brandeis University, February 1983, thanking the League for what passes as fact, and many handouts and pamphlets circulated in colleges around the country, typically without identification, which students distributing them often attribute to the League. 21. See The Fateful Triangle, 284f. 22. Benny Landor, Haaretz, July 28, 1981, Tillman, The United States in the Middle East, 65, Jolan to Benel, interview with Mia Pale, Win, March 1, 1983. 23. Nathan and Ruth Ann Perlmutter, The Real Anti-Semitism in America, New York, Aberhouse, 1982, 72, 111, 116, 136, 133f, 159, 125, 231. The book also contains the kinds of defamation of the critic's sense of Israeli policies and distortion of their views that one has come to expect in such circles and that merit no more comment than similar exercises in Communist Party literature. 24. John Kimk, There Could Have Been Peace, New York, Die Press, 1973, 310-11. 25. Abliban, Congress Biweekly, March 30, 1973. Speech delivered July 31, 1972. Irving Howe, Thinking the Unthinkable About Israel, A Personal Statement, New York, December 24, 1973. 26. Christopher Sykes, Crossroads to Israel, 1917-1948, Bloomington, Indiana University Press, 1965, 247. 27. Interview, Jewish Post and Opinion, November 19, 1982. The interviewer, Dale V. Miller, interprets him, quite accurately and it seems approvingly, as holding that the province of criticism is the sole right of the Israelis themselves. On Wiesel's attitudes concerning the September Beirut massacre, c. 386-7. 28. Safran, Israel, 571. 29. Cited by Joyce and Gabriel Kolko, The Limits of Power, New York, Harper and Row, 1972, 242. 30. For some discussion of this point, see my chapter What Directions for the Disarmament Movement? In Michael Albert and David Deliner, eds. Beyond Survival, New Directions for the Disarmament Movement, Cambridge, M.A., South End Press, 1983. 31. Cited in Gabriel Kolko, The Politics of War, New York, Random House, 1968, 188. From Winston Churchill, Triumph and Tragedy, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1953, 249. For more recent discussion, see Lawrence S. Whitner, American Intervention in Greece, New York, Columbia University Press, 1982. The 2 volumes of the Kolkos, see Note 29, remain invaluable for understanding the general wartime and post-war period, though much useful work has appeared since, including much documentation that basically supports their analyses, in Notes. 467. My view, though the fact is rarely acknowledged, since they do not adhere to approved orthodoxies, it is considered a violation of scholarly ethics to refer to their contributions. 32. Whitner, American Intervention in Greece, 119, 88. 33. Ibid, 1, 149, 154, 296. See the same source for an extensive review and documentation. 34. Ibid, 80, 232. 35. For discussion, see TNCW, Chaps. 2, 11, and references cited the 36. New York Times, August 6, 1954, see TNCW, 99, for further quotes and comment. 37. Cited in TNCW, 457, from Merit Reports, May 1981, also, J. of Palestine Studies, Spring 1981. The source is a memorandum obtained under the Freedom of Information Act. 38. The man in direct charge of these operations, Avrielad, describes them in his Decline of Honor, Chicago, Brunnery, 1976. See Olivia Rocac, Israel's Sacred Terrorism, Belmont, R. Egg, 1981, for excerpts from the diaries of Prime Minister Moshe Eret concerning these events and how they were viewed at the time, at the highest level. On the ensuing politico-military crisis, the Levin Affair, see Iram Piri, Between Batters and Ballots, Israeli Military and Politics, New York, Cambridge University Press, 1983, an important study that undermines many illusions. 39. Issues arising out of the situation in the Near East, declassified the 12th of October 1981, commenting on NSC 5801-1, January 24, 1958. 40. Michael Bar-Zohar, Ben-Gurion, A Biography, New York, Delacorte, 1978, 261 f. 41. Ibid, 315-6, Peary, Between Batters and Ballots, 80. It has been suggested that the Israeli attack on the U.S. spy ship Liberty was motivated by concern that the U.S. might detect the plans for this attack. See James N. Assault on the Liberty, New York, Random House, 1979. See also Richard K. Smith, U.S. Naval Institute Proceedings, June 1978, who describes how with the greatest ease, the Israeli pilots, and later torpedo boats, butchered the large, slow-moving, and defenseless Liberty, which was clearly and unmistakably identified, in accordance with a vital part of Israel's war plan, namely, to keep foreign powers in the dark so as to avoid superpower pressures for a ceasefire before they could seize the territory which they considered necessary for Israel's future security. A rather charitable interpretation, given the facts about the ceasefire and some questions that might be raised about security. 42. See TNCW 315 and references cited. See also the CIA study cited in Note 9, which states that the Israelis also have undertaken wider-scale covert political, economic and paramilitary action programs, particularly in Africa. In his report on U.S. labor leaders, Leon had notes that they have been particularly impressed with Israel's success in establishing links with the Third World, especially in Africa, to resist Soviet influence, the latter phrase being the usual code word for resistance to unwanted forms of nationalism. That American labor bureaucrats should be pleased by support for Mobutu and the like no longer comes as any surprise. See Note 16. 43. Yoav Carney, Dr. Shekel and Mr. Apartheid, Yejo Tachanot, March 13, 1983. On the extensive Israeli relations, military and other, with South Africa, see TNCW 293 f. And references cited, Israel Shayhak, Israel's Global Role, Belmont, R. Egg, 1982, Benjamin Beit-Hallami, South Africa and Israel's Strategy of Survival, New Outlook, Tel Aviv, April, May 1977, Beit-Hallami, Israel and South Africa 1977-1982, Business as Usual, and more, New Outlook, March 1983, with further details on the enthusiasm shown by both Labour and Likud for South Africa, though Labour prefers to keep the matter hidden, on the arrangements to use Israel for transshipment of South African goods to Europe and the US to evade boycotts, etc. Uri Dan, The Angolan Battlefield, Monitor, January 1982, Carol Collins, National Catholic Reporter, January 22, 1982, and many other sources. 468. Notes. 44. See TNCW 290 f. And references cited, Shayhak, Israel's Global Role, Ignacio Klitsch, Le Monde Diplomatique, October 1982, February 1983, Washington Report on the Hemisphere, Council on Hemispheric Affairs, June 29, 1982, Latin America Weekly Report, August 6, September 24, December 17, 24, 1982, El País, Spain, March 8-10, 1983, Steve Goldfield, Jane Hunter, and Paul Glickman, In These Times, April 13, 1983, and many other sources. It was reported recently that Kibbutz Beit Alpha, Mapam, has been providing equipment to the Chilean army, Haaretz, January 7, 1983. In particular, Israel is now Guatemala's biggest arms supplier. Economist, April 3, 1982, helping the U.S. government evade the congressional ban on arms, and Israeli military advisors are active. The new regime in Guatemala, which has been responsible for horrible massacres, credits its success in obtaining power to its many Israeli advisors. Its predecessor, the murderous Lucas Garcia regime openly expressed its admiration for Israel as a model. C. 290. On the new levels of barbarism achieved by the Rios Montt regime. C. Allen N. The Guns of Guatemala, New Republic, April 11, 1983, ignoring the Israeli connection, which could hardly be discussed in this journal. See references cited, and an unpublished paper by Benjamin B. Tolami, Israel's support for Guatemala's military regimes, with information from the Israeli press. We return to further details on Israel's arms sales as a U.S. proxy supplier of arms to various hotspots in the Third World. See South, April 1982. Arms sales now constitute a third of Israel's industrial exports. Tvahashavua, August 27, 1982. 45. See Michael Clare, in Layla ed., U.S. Strategy in the Gulf, Belmont, M.A., R. Egg, 1981. 46. Michael Clare, Beyond the Vietnam Syndrome, Washington, D.C., Institute for Policy Studies, 1981. 47. Advertisement, New York Times, October 13, 1982, Joseph Cherba, Letter, New York Times, November 21, 1982. See also Stephen J. Rosen, The Strategic Value of Israel, AIPAC Papers on New.S. Israel Relations, 1982. AIPAC is the officially registered pro-Israel lobbying organization in Washington. 48. Thomas L. Friedman, After Lebanon, The Arab World in Crisis, New York Times, November 22, 1982. 49. Tamar Golan, Marif, December 1, 1982, Reuters, Boston Globe, January 20, 1983, UPI, New York Times, January 22, 1983. 50. New York Times, December 6, 1982. 51. Susan Morgan, Christian Science Monitor, December 14, 1982, Guatemala, Rightists on the Warpath, Latin America Weekly Report, March 4, 1983. 52. For one of many recent examples, see Marlies Simons, New York Times, December 14, 1982, citing American Roman Catholic missionaries who report that the raiders had lately been torturing and mutilating captured peasants or Sandinist sympathizers, creating the same terror as in the past, giving examples. The Somozist National Guard was trained in the U.S. Army School of the Americas in the Panama Canal Zone. 53. Charles Macklin Jr., The Murderous Mind of the Latin Military, Los Angeles Times, March 18, 1982. 54. See TNCW, 429 and Chap. 13, and references cited. 55. Yof Kani, The Secret Alliance of the Fifth World, Yejo Tahnot, November 22, 1981. See TNCW, 292-3. 56. Leslie H. Gelb, Israel said to step up Latin role, offering arms seized in Lebanon, New York Times, December 17, 1982. 57. C. Chomsky, For Reasons of State, New York, Pantheon Books, 1973. 51. For citation and discussion. Notes. 469. 58. Adam Clymer, New York Times, June 27, 1982. Lament, June 11, for the full text, Christian Science Monitor, June 11, 1982. 59. For references, see John Cooley, Green March, Black September, London, Frank Cass, 1973, 161-62, Chomsky, Peace in the Middle East. New York, Pantheon Books, 1974, 140. 60. The U.S. press appears to have ignored this important discussion among Israeli military commanders, apart from a report by John Cooley, Christian Science Monitor, July 17, 1972. for some discussion of what he refers to as the David and Goliath legends surrounding the birth of Israel. See Seymour Flapan, Zionism and the Palestinians, New York, Barnes and Noble, 1979, 317 f. 61. Yejo Tachnot, July 26, 1973, see Peace in the Middle East. 142. 62. See Chomsky, Israel and the New Left, in Mordecai Eschatov, ed., The New Left and the Jews, New York, Pittman, 1971, and Peace in the Middle East. Chap. 5, including a discussion of some of the remarkable contributions of Irving Howe, Seymour Martin Lipset, and others. See Chap. 5, below, for further discussion. 63. See the references of the preceding note on this and other examples, all presented without a pretense of evidence or rational argument, a stance always available when the targets are outside the approved consensus. 64. Jewish Post and Opinion, November 5, 1982. 65. Jerusalem Domestic Television Service, September 24, 1982. Reprinted in the Beirut Massacre, New York, Claremont Research and Publications, 1982, from the U.S. Government Foreign Broadcast Information Service, FBIS. 66. Amos Oz, Has Israel Altered Its Visions? New York Times Magazine, July 11, 1982. On misrepresentation of these events in scholarship, referring to Safran, Israel, see TNCW, 331. 67. For a rare recording of the facts in the press, see the article by staff correspondents of the Christian Science Monitor, June 4, 1982, also Cecilia Blalock, Ibid, June 22, 1982, and Philip Jalin, Washington Post, Manchester Guardian Weekly, June 20, 1982, on the events and the cover-up, see references of Note 41. Also Anthony Pearson, A Conspiracy of Silence, New York, Quartet, 1978, and James Bamford, The Puzzle Palace, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1982. 68. See The Fateful Triangle, 5, Citing Time, a journal regarded as critical of Israel. 14. Planning for Global Hegemony. 1. Gabriel Kolko, The Politics of War, New York, Random House, 1968, 471. 2. William Roger Louis, Imperialism at Bay, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1977, 481. 3. This and what follows is drawn from an illuminating study by Melvin Leffler, The American Conception of National Security and the Beginnings of the Cold War, 1945-48, AHR Forum, American Historical Review, April 1984. 4. Kolko, Politics of War. 5. Samuel Huntington, in M. J. Crozier, S. P. Huntington, and J. Watanuki, The Crisis of Democracy, New York, New York University Press, 1975, Report of the Trilateral Commission. On this commission, see Holliskler, ed., Trilateralism, Cambridge, M.A., South End Press, 1980, and Noam Chomsky, Towards a New Cold War, New York, Pantheon Books, 1982, hereinafter TNCW. 6. Lawrence Shoup and William Minter, Imperial Brain Trustee, New York, Monthly Review Press, 1977, CTNCW for a brief review. See Robert Schusinger, The Wise Men of the Foreign Affairs, New York, Columbia University Press, 1984, a much more superficial conventional history that omits the crucial material Shoup and Minter discuss while citing the of. 470. Notes. Official rebuttal by William Bundy, which condemned them for selectivity, Foreign Affairs, October 1977. Both Bundy and Schusinger dismissed the Shoup and Minter study without analysis as a paranoid vision comparable to that of the far right. Their important study was otherwise ignored. Standard histories also ignore Kennan's positions cited here, as do his memoirs. On the wartime and early post-war period, see especially Colco, Politics of War, Gabriel and Joyce Colco, The Limits of Power, New York, Harper and Row, 1972, two seminal contributions to a large literature. 7. See Noam Chomsky, For Reasons of State, New York, Pantheon Books, 1970, Chap. 1, v. for references and discussion. 8. James Chase, How Moral Can We Get? New York Times Magazine, May 22, 1977. 9. See TNCW, Chap. 2. 10. President Lyndon B. Johnson, Speeches on November 1, November 2, 1966, Public Papers of the Presidents of the United States, 1966, Book 2, Washington, 1967, 563, 568, Congressional Record, March 15, 1948, House, 2883. 11. Dean Acheson, Present at the Creation, New York, Norton, 1969, 219, see TNCW, 195F, for more extensive discussion. 12. Seymour Hersh, The Price of Power, New York, Summit, 1983, 270, quoting Roger Morris, Morton Halperin et al., The Lawless State, New York, Penguin, 1976. 17. Citing Hersh, New York Times, September 11, 1974. 13. Lafebre, Inevitable Revolutions, New York, Norton, 1983, 157. 14. Walter Lacre, Wall Street Journal, April 9, 1981, Economist, September 19, 1981. On the terrorist war against Cuba conducted from U.S. bases under U.S. government auspices, see Herman, Real Terror Network, TNCW, and sources cited. Sterling's much-admired fables may be based in part on a document fabricated by the CIA to test the veracity of a defector, then circulated through the sleazy network of peddlers of planted intelligence leaks. See Alexander Cockburn, Nation, August 17, 1985. 15. For Reasons of State, 31-37, citing documents in the Pentagon Papers. 16. Minutes summarizing PPS 51, April 1949, cited by Michael Schaller, Securing the Great Crescent, Occupied Japan and the Origins of Containment in Southeast Asia, Journal of American History, September 1982. The study also suggested that some diversification of their economies should be permitted. For fuller development of this topic, see Schaller, Essays by John Dower and Richard Duboff in Chomsky and Howardson, eds. Critical Essays, Volume 5 of the Pentagon Papers, Boston, Beacon, 1972, For Reasons of State, Chap. 1, v. 17. Perkins, I. 131, 167, 176 f. The last phrase is Perkins's summary of a widespread, nay, almost general, viewpoint among European statesmen. 18. See For Reasons of State, 37, Ber. 2, TNCW, Joel Chaney and John Sprague's, Obstacles to Recovery in Vietnam and Kampuchea, U.S. Embargo of Humanitarian Aid, Boston, Oxfam America, 1984. 19. Noam Chomsky, At War with Asia, New York, Pantheon Books, 1970, 286. 20. On this matter, see Par. 2, 2.2. 21. At War with Asia, For Reasons of State, Ber. 2, and sources cited. 16. Containing the Enemy. 1. Distaste for democracy sometimes reaches such extremes that state control is taken to be the only imaginable alternative to domination by concentrated private wealth. It must be this tacit assumption that impels Nicholas Leeman, New Republic, January 9, 1989, to assert that in our book Manufacturing Consent, New York, Pantheon Books, 1988, Herman and I advocate. Notes. 471. More state control over the media, basing this claim on our statement that in the long run, a democratic political order requires far wider control of and access to the media on the part of the general public. 307. This quoted statement follows a review of some of the possible modalities, including the proliferation of public access TV channels that have weakened the power of the network oligopoly and have a potential for enhanced local group access, local non-profit radio and television stations, ownership of radio stations by community institutions. A small cooperative in France is mentioned as an example, listener-supported radio in local communities, and so on. Such options indeed challenge corporate oligopoly and the rule of the wealthy generally. Therefore, they can only be interpreted as state control by someone who regards it as unthinkable that the general public might, or should, gain access to the media as a step towards shaping their own affairs. There are various complexities and qualifications, of course, when we turn from very general features of the system to fine details and minor effects. It should be understood that these are features of the analysis of any complex system. 2. See there on democracy, where more wide-ranging consequences are elaborated. 3. Christopher Hill, The World Turned Upside Down, New York, Penguin, 1984, 60, 71, quoting contemporary authors. 4. Edward Countryman, The American Revolution, New York, Hill and Wang, 1985, 200, 224 ff. 5. James Curran, Advertising and the Press, in Curran, ed., The British Press, A Manifesto, London, Macmillan, 1978. 6. Lawrence Shoup and William Minter, Imperial Brain Trust, New York, Monthly Review Press, 1977, 130. A study of the War and Peace Studies Project of the Council on Foreign Relations and the State Department from 1939 to 1945. 7. See My Necessary Illusions, Cambridge, M.A., Southend Press, 1989, Appendix 2, Seconds 1, for further discussion. 8. Exceptions were tolerated in the early years because of the special need for recovery of the centers of industrial capitalism by exploiting their former colonies, but this was understood to be a temporary expedient. For details, see William S. Borden, The Pacific Alliance, United States Foreign Economic Policy and Japanese Trade Recovery, 1947 to 1955, Madison, University of Wisconsin Press, 1984, Andrew J. Rotter, The Path to Vietnam, Origins of the American Commitment to Southeast Asia, Ithaca, NY, Cornell University Press, 1987. 9. W. P. Wheatley, December 28, 1987. 10. Lipman and Mears, A Test of the News, Supplement, New Republic, August 4, 1920. Quotes here from citations in James Ronson, The Press and the Cold War, Boston, Beacon, 1973, 25 f. 11. See Necessary Illusions, Appendix 2, Section 1. 12. H. D. S. Greenway, Boston Globe, July 8, 1988. On the Backgrounds, see Turning the Tide, 194 f. and sources cited. Christopher Simpson, Blowback, New York, Weidenfeld and Nicholson, 1988. 13. By the late 1960s, it was already clear that these were the basic factors behind the U.S. intervention in Southeast Asia, which, in U.S. global planning, was to be reconstituted as a co-prosperity sphere for Japan, within the U.S.-dominated Grand Area, while also serving as a market and source of raw materials and recycled dollars for the reconstruction of Western European capitalism. See My at War with Asia, New York, Pantheon Books, 1970, Introduction, For Reasons of State, New York, Pantheon Books, 1973, Chomsky and Howardson, eds. Critical Essays, Volume 5 of the Pentagon Papers, Boston, Beacon, 1972, and other work of the period. See also, among others, Borden, Pacific Alliance, Michael Schaller, The American. 472. Notes. Occupation of Japan, New York, Oxford University Press, 1985, Andrew Otter, Path to Vietnam, Ithaca, NY, Cornell University Press, 1987. 14. Aikson, Present at the Creation, Norton, 1969, 374, 489, Borden, Op. Cit. 44, 144. 15. See Necessary Illusions, Appendix 2, Section 2. 16. Carey, Managing Public Opinion. 17. Ibid, Citing Bell, Industrial Conflict and Public Opinion, in A. R. Dubin and A. Ross, eds. Industrial Conflict, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1954. 18. See Necessary Illusions, Appendix V, Section 5. 19. Carey, Managing Public Opinion. On the Purge of the Universities in the 1950s, C. Ellen Schrecker, No Ivory Tower, New York, Oxford University Press, 1986. For a small sample of the later purge, see several essays in Philip J. Merento, Anita J. Merento, and Matthew R. Lipman, Guarding the Ivory Tower, Denver, Luciep Publications, 1985. 20. For some discussion, see my article Democracy in the Industrial Societies in Z Magazine, January 1989. 21. The Food for Peace Program, PL 480, is a notable example. Described by Ronald Reagan as one of the greatest humanitarian acts ever performed by one nation for the needy of other nations, PL 480 has effectively served the purposes for which it was designed, subsidizing U.S. agribusiness, inducing people to become dependent on us for food. Senator Hubert Humphrey, one of its architects in the interest of his Minnesota farming constituency, contributing to counterinsurgency operations, and financing the creation of a global military network to prop up Western and Third World capitalist governments by requiring that local currency counterpart funds be used for rearmament. William Borden, thus also providing an indirect subsidy to U.S. military producers. The U.S. employs such export subsidies, universally considered an unfair trading practice, to preserve its huge Japanese market, among other cases. Borden. The effect on Third World agriculture and survival has often been devastating. See Tom Barry and Deborah Ash, The Soft War, New York, Grove Press, 1988, 67 f. Borden, Pacific Alliance, 182 f. and other sources. 22. New York Times, October 30, 1985. 23. See Political Economy of Human Rights and Manufacturing Consent. 24. New York Times, March 25, 1977, transcript of news conference. 25. Los Angeles Times, October 25, 1988, Robert Reinhold, New York Times, same day. 26. For comparative estimates at the time, see Political Economy of Human Rights. 2, Chap. 3. 27. New York Times, March 3, 1985. 28. T. Hunter Wilson, Indo-China Newsletter, Asia Resource Center, November to December 1987. Mary Williams Walsh, Wall Street Journal, January 3. George Esper, Associated Press, January 18. Boston Globe, picture caption, January 20, 1989. 29. Mary Williams Walsh, Wall Street Journal, January 3, 1989. Robert Baer, New York Times, August 14. Elaine Ciolino, New York Times, August 17. Paul Lewis, New York Times, October 8. Walsh, Wall Street Journal, September 1, 1988. In her January 3, 1989, article, Walsh notes, a touch ruefully, that the release of the Afghan maps could even count as a small propaganda victory for the Kabul regime, since its enemies in Washington have yet to do as much as 14 years after their departure. The propaganda victory will be extremely small, since there is no recognition that the US has failed to provide this information, or has any responsibility to do so. 30. Barbara Crossett, New York Times, November 10, 1985. 31. Crossett, New York Times, February 28, E. W. Wayne, Christian Science Monitor, August 24, 1988. Notes. 473. 32. Anderson, The Light at the End of the Tunnel, Diplomatic History, Fall 1988. 33. Lee H. Hamilton, Time for a New American Relationship with Vietnam, Christian Science Monitor, December 12, 1988. Frederick Z. Brown, Indochina Issues 85, November 1988, Boston Globe, July 8, 1988. 34. Francis Jennings, Empire of Fortune, New York, Norton, 1988, 215. 35. Kapliauk, Yejo Tachnot, April 7, 1988, also April 1st, 15th. 36. Zion, Indochina Newsletter, Asia Resource Center, July to August 1988, Susan Chira, New York Times, October 5, 1988, Wall Street Journal, April 4, 1985. See Manufacturing Consent on How the 10th Anniversary Retrospectives, 1985, evaded the effects of the war on the South Vietnamese, the main victims of the U.S. attack. 37. NSC 144-1, 1953, NSC 5432, 1954, and many others. For more detailed discussion, see on Power and Ideology. The basic principles are reiterated constantly, often in the same words. 38. On this propaganda device, aimed at the home front, see Herman and Brodhead, Demonstration Elections. 39. Jorge Pinto, New York Times, Op-ed, May 6, 1981, Ricardo Castaneda, Senior Partner of a Salvadoran law firm, Edward Mason Fellow, Kennedy School, Harvard University, PC, Salvador Group's Attack Paper and U.S. Plant, World News Briefs, New York Times, April 19, 1980. The information on Times coverage is based on a search of the Times Index by Chris Burke of Fair. 40. Sad Tales of La Libertad Prensa, Harper's, August 1988. See Necessary Illusions, Appendix 4, Section 6, for further discussion. 41. Deirdre Carmody, New York Times, February 14, 1980. Perhaps we might regard the brief notice of April 19, cited above, as a response to his plea. 42. New York Times, Editorial, March 25, 1988. 17. Introduction from the Minimalist Program. 1. For some discussion of this issue, see N. Chomsky, Bare Phrase Structure, MIT Occasional Papers in Linguistics 5, 1994. Department of Linguistics and Philosophy, MIT, to appear in H. Campos and P. Kempczynski, eds. Evolution and Revolution in Linguistic Theory, Essays in Honor of Carlos Otero, Washington, D.C., Georgetown University Press, 1995, also published in G. Weblath, ed., Government and Binding and the Minimalist Program, Oxford, Blackwell, 1995, N. Chomsky, Naturalism and Dualism in the Study of Language and Mind, International Journal of Philosophical Studies 2, 1994, 181-209, referring to Edelman, Bright Air, Brilliant Fire, On the Matter of the Mind, New York, Basic Books, 1992. Edelman takes the crisis to be serious if not lethal for cognitive science generally, whether computational, connectionist, or whatever. 2. Adapted, essentially, from N. Chomsky, The Logical Structure of Linguistic Theory, New York, Plenum, 1975, excerpted from 1956 revision of 1955 Miss, Harvard University and MIT, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1985. 3. The term articulatory is too narrow in that it suggests that the language faculty is modality-specific, with a special relation to vocal organs. Work of the past years in sign language undermines this traditional assumption. I will continue to use the term, but without any implications about specificity of output system, while keeping to the case of spoken language. 4. For some discussion, see N. Chomsky, Essays on Form and Interpretations, Amsterdam, Elsevier, North Holland, 1977, Chap. 1. 5. C. N. Chomsky, Lectures on Government and Binding, Dordrecht, Forest, 1981, for one formulation. 474. Notes. 6. Interpret here is of course to be understood in a theory-internal sense. In a looser, informal sense, interpretations are assigned by the language faculty, in a particular state, to all sorts of objects, including fragments, nonsense expressions, expressions of other languages, and possibly non-linguistic noises as well. 7. C. H. Bohrer, Parametric Syntax, Dordrecht, Forest, 1984, N. Fukui, A Theory of Category Projection and Its Applications, Ph.D. Dis, MIT, 1986, revised version published as Theory of Projection in Syntax, Stanford, California, CSLI Publications, 1995, distributed by University of Chicago Press, N. Fukui, Deriving the Differences Between English and Japanese, A Case Study in Parametric Syntax, English Linguistics 5, 1988, 214-90. 8. C. N. Chomsky, Knowledge of Language, New York, Praja, 1986. 9. Thus, what we call English, French, Spanish, and so on, even under idealizations to dialects in homogeneous speech communities, reflect the Norman conquest, proximity to Germanic areas, a Basque substratum, and other factors that cannot seriously be regarded as properties of the language faculty. Pursuing the obvious reasoning, it is hard to imagine that the properties of a language faculty, a real object of the natural world, are instantiated in any observed system. Similar assumptions are taken for granted in the study of organisms generally. 10. C. N. Chomsky, Aspects of the Theory of Syntax, Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press, 1965. 11. C. Chomsky, Logical Structure of Linguistic Theory, Chap. 4. 18. New Horizons in the Study of Language and Mind. 1. David Hume, An Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding, ed. L. A. Salpipage, 3d. ed. Rev. By P. H. Nidich, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1748, 1975, 108, seconds 85. 2. Galileo Galilei, Dialogues on the Great World Systems, Trans. Thomas Salisbury, 1632, 1661, end of first day. 3. C. For example, Noam Chomsky, Aspects of the Theory of Syntax, Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press, 1965, Chomsky, Lectures on Government and Binding, Dordrecht, Forest, 1981, Chomsky, Knowledge of Language, New York, Praja, 1986. 4. C. Noam Chomsky, The Minimalist Program, Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press, 1995. 5. Samuel Epstein, UN Principled Syntax and the Derivation of Syntactic Relations, in Samuel Epstein and Norbert Hornstein, eds. Working Minimalism, Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press, 1999. 6. Noam Chomsky, Minimalist Program, Chomsky, Minimalist Inquiries, The Framework, Miss, MIT, 1998. 7. David Hume, A Treatise of Human Nature, ed. L. A. Selby Bridge, 2D ed. Rev. By P. H. Nidich, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1740, 1748, seconds 27. 8. René Descartes, Letter to Morris, in R. M. Eaton, ed. Descartes Selections, 1649, 1927. 9. 1 Hardy, Examiner Ingenios, Trans. Bellamy, 1575, 1698. 3. See also Noam Chomsky, Cartesian Linguistics, New York, Harper and Row, 1966. 19. Intentional Ignorance and ITS Uses. 1. Tony Blair, in A New Generation Draws the Line, Newsweek, April 19, 1999, Václav Havel, Kosovo and the End of the Nation State, New York Review of Books, June 10, 1999. 2. Michael Wines, Two Views of Inhumanity Split the World, Even in Victory, New York Times, Week in Review lead article, June 13, 1999, Michael Glennon, The New Interventionism, Foreign Affairs, May, June 1999. 3. Bob Davis, Cop of the World. Clinton pledges U.S. power against ethnic cleansing. Notes. 475. But his aides hedge, Wall Street Journal, August 6, 1999. William Jefferson Clinton, A Just and Necessary War, New York Times, May 23, April 1. Speech at Norfolk Air Station, New York Times, April 2, 1999. 4. Sebastian Mallaby, Uneasy Partners, New York Times Book Review, September 21, 1997. Senior Administration Policymaker cited by Thomas Friedman, New York Times, January 12, 1992. Davis, Op. Cit. Paraphrasing Sandy Berger in an interview. 5. Department of Defense Report to Congress, Kosovo, Operation Allied Force After Action Report, January 31, 2000. Tony Blair, Alan Little, Moral Combat, NATO at War, BBC 2 Special, March 12, 2000. 6. Declaration of Group of 77 South Summit, April 10-14, 2000. For background, see Third World Resurgence, Penang, number 117, 2000. 7. Anthony Sampson, Mandela accuses policeman Britain, Guardian, April 5, 2000. 8. Saif, Amnon Barzilai, Haaretz, April 5, 2000. On Indian, Israeli, and Egyptian reactions, see Noam Chomsky, The New Military Humanism, Lessons of Kosovo, Monroe, Me, Common Courage Press, 1999, chap. 6. 9. On these events, see Noam Chomsky, Deterring Democracy, London, New York, Verso, 1991, and The New Military Humanism, Lessons of Kosovo. 10. Ibid. On Turkey and the Kurds, see The New Military Humanism, Lessons of Kosovo, and some comments below. 11. Andrew Kramer, Putin following Yeltsin's misguided policies, Solzhenitsyn says, App, Boston Globe, May 17, 2000. 12. John Mearsheimer, India Needs the Bomb, New York Times op-ed, March 24, 2000, Samuel Huntington, The Lonely Superpower, Foreign Affairs, March, April 1999. Chalmers Johnson, Blowback, New York, Henry Holt, 2000, 59. Michael M.C. Seguier, Why Did We Bomb Belgrade? International Affairs, Royal Academy of International Affairs, London, 76.1, January 2000. 13. Christopher Marquis, Bankrolling Colombia's War on Drugs, New York Times, June 23, 2000, last paragraph. 14. Tamar Gablenick, William Hartung, and Jennifer Washburn, Arming Repression, U.S. Arms Sales to Turkey during the Clinton administration, New York and Washington, World Policy Institute and Federation of Atomic Scientists, October 1999. For further sources, see NMH. On Latin America and the Caribbean, see Adam Isaacson and Joy Olson, Just the Facts, 1999 edition, Washington, Latin America Working Group and Center for International Policy, 1999. Here and below, the perennial frontrunners Israel and Egypt, which belong to a separate category, excluded. Rankings are for fiscal years, and are qualitative, depending on exactly which aspects are counted: grants, sales, training, co-production, joint exercises, etc. 15. See preceding note. Jonathan Randall, After Such Knowledge, What Forgiveness? My Encounters with Kurdistan, Boulder, Go, Westview Press, 1999. 16. On the Events and their Refraction Through Doctrinal Prisms, see The New Military Humanism, Lessons of Kosovo. For an update, Rogue States, Cambridge, M.A., South End Press, 2000, Chap. 5. 17. Thomas Cushman, Editor, Human Rights and the Responsibility of Intellectuals, Human Rights Review, January to March 2000, Arianalia, Inconvenient Facts, Dissent, Spring 2000, in both cases, reaction to the review of U.S. Back Turkish Atrocities in the New Military Humanism, Lessons of Kosovo. 18. Tim Judah, Kosovo, War and Revenge, New Haven, Yale University Press, 2000, 308. 19. Feritjima, Reuters, Dateline Tunsley, Turkey, April 1. Chris Morris, Guardian, London, April 3, 2000. App, Los Angeles Times, April 2, 2000. 476. Notes. 20. See Fateful Triangle, U.S., Israel, and the Palestinians, Cambridge, M.A., South End Press, 1999, updated from 1983 edition. The Lebanese government and international relief agencies report 25,000 killed since 1982. The toll of the 1982 invasion is estimated at about 20,000. 21. Israel, U.S. vote against funding for UN force in Lebanon, Upload Stream, June 15. Marilyn Henry, Israel, U.S. angered by Kana clause in UN peacekeeping package, Jerusalem Post, June 18, 2000. On the circumstances of the invasion, see Fateful Triangle. For detailed documentation, including the Amnesty International and UN inquiries that concluded that the shelling of the compound was intentional, see Shifra Stern, Israel's Operation Grapes of Wrath and the Kana Massacre, Miss, April to May 1996. 22. Federal News Service, Department of Defense Briefing, Secretary William Cohen, Turkey's Importance to 21st Century International Security, Grand Hyatt Hotel, Washington, D.C., March 31. Charles Aldinger, U.S. praises key NATO ally Turkey, Reuters, March 31, 2000. Judith Miller, South Asia called major terror hub in a survey by U.S. New York Times, April 30, 2000, lead story. 23. Little, op. Cit. 24. See Note 14. 25. C. Lars Scholz, Comparative Politics, January 1981. Scholz is the author of the leading scholarly study of human rights and U.S. policy in Latin America. For broader confirmation and inquiry, which helps explain the reasons, see the studies by economist Edward Herman reported in Chomsky and Herman, Political Economy of Human Rights, Cambridge, M.A., South End Press, 1979, Volume I. Chap. 2.1.1, and Herman, The Real Terror Network, Cambridge, M.A., Southend Press, 1982, 126 ff. Note that these reviews precede the Reagan years, when inquiry would have been superfluous. 26. Carla and Robbins, How Bogota Would Washington to Open New War on Cocaine, Wall Street Journal, June 23, 2000. For sources on what follows, and further information and discussion, see Rogue States, Chap. 5. 27. Rafael Pardo, Colombia's Two-Front War, Foreign Affairs, July, August 2000. Pardo was Special Government Advisor on Peace Negotiations and Minister of Defense while the guerrilla-backed party was destroyed by assassination. 28. Sean Murphy, Contemporary Practice of the United States Relating to International Law, American Journal of International Law, henceforth Jill, 94, No. 1, January 2000. 29. William Shawcross, Deliver Us from Evil, Peacekeepers, Warlords and a World of Endless Conflict, New York, Simon & Schuster, 2000, 26 ff. Shawcross attributes this picture to U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Strobe Talbot, but then adopts it with little qualification. In a critical review, Wall Street Journal editor Max Boot praises Shawcross for his progress in having come to understand that the United States is a benign force, after having sunk so low as to criticize U.S. attacks on North Vietnamese bases in Cambodia, the approved term for Cambodian civilians, Foreign Affairs, March, April 2000. 30. Newsweek diplomatic correspondent Michael Hirsch, The Fall Guy, Foreign Affairs, November, December 1999. 31. Richard Butler, East Timor, Principal v. Reality, VI, Australia, 7/20, 1999. 32. On the reporting of the Rakak massacre, and the available evidence, see Edward Herman and David Peterson, CNN, Selling NATO's War Globally, in Philip Hammond and Edward Herman, eds. Degraded Capability, the Media and the Kosovo Crisis, London, Pluto, 2000. 33. Colin Lynch, U.S. seen leaving Africa to solve its own crisis, Boston Globe, henceforth BG, February 19, 1999. John Donnelly and Joe Laurier, UN Peace Efforts on Trial in Notes. 477. Africa, an angry as U.S. holds to limits on military role, BG, May 11, Barbara Crossett, UN Chief faults reluctance of U.S. to help in Africa, New York Times, May 13, 2000. 34. On the notion of credibility, and its nature and scope as understood by top planners and policy intellectuals, see the New Military Humanism, Lessons of Kosovo, Chap. 6. 35. PKI Success, Harold Grouch, Army and Politics in Indonesia, Ithaca, NY, Cornell University Press, 1978, 351, 155, a standard source. See Chap. 2, Green Light for War Crimes, and sources cited in A New Generation draws the line. 36. Piero Gleiches, Shattered Hope, The Guatemalan Revelation and the United States, 1944-1954, Princeton, NJ, Princeton University Press, 1991, 365. Foreign Affairs Editor James Chase, New York Times Magazine, May 22, 1977. 37. Note 5, above, William Cohen's testimony at the hearing of the Senate Armed Services Committee on Kosovo Operations, October 14, 1999, Federal News Service. 38. Ivo Daalder and Michael O'Hanlon, Without the Air War, Things Could Have Been Worse, Washington Post National Weekly, April 3, 2000. 39. See the New Military Humanism, Lessons of Kosovo, 22, and Chap. 3 below. 40. See the New Military Humanism, Lessons of Kosovo, Chap. 6, and Chap. 3 below. 41. Michael Ignatieff, What is War For? and should we have done it? National Post, Canada, April 18, 2000, lengthy excerpts from his correspondence with Robert Skidelsky, taken from his book Virtual War. 42. Panorama, War Room, BBC, April 19, 1999. 43. John Goetz and Tom Walker, Serbian ethnic cleansing scare was a fake, says General, Sunday Times, April 2, 2000. Franziska Oakstein, Im Kosovo War S. Anders, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, March 25. Also Die Woche, March 24. Der Spiegel, March 17. Süddeutsche Zeitung, April 4. Le Monde, April 11, 2000. Heinz Lequai, Der Kosovo-Konflikt, Wedge in ein Würmbrunnkrieg, Baden-Baden, Omos Verlag, 2000. 44. Ruth Wedgwood, NATO's Campaign in Yugoslavia, Agile 93, Number 4, October 1999, A Legal Defense of the Bombing, Donald Byman and Matthew Waxman of RAND Corporation, Kosovo and the Great Air Power Debate, International Security 24, Number 4, Spring 2000, David Fromkin, Kosovo Crossing, New York, The Free Press, 1999, Alan Kuperman, Rwanda in Retrospect, Foreign Affairs, January, February 2000. For many other examples, see NMH and CHAP. 3. Below. 45. Fuad Ajami, Wars and Rumors of War, New York Times Book Review, June 11, 2000, Area Nair, Op. Sit, and many others. Nair's point is that it is dishonest for me, in the new military humanism, Lessons of Kosovo, to ignore this self-evident truth while keeping to the justifications that were actually put forth, and continue to be, as noted. 46. Testifying before the Defence Select Committee, Britain's second most senior defence minister during the war, Lord Gilbert, Defence Minister of State formerly responsible for intelligence, ridiculed the suggestion that NATO could have invaded even by September 1999, informing the committee that a land invasion of Kosovo would have been possible by September, but by September this year, 2000, not by September last year. Patrick Winter, War Strategy Ridiculed, Guardian, July 21, 2000. 47. Ian Williams, Left Behind, American Socialists, Human Rights, and Kosovo, Human Rights Review 1-2, January to March 2000. 48. Jerry Dinstbier, BBC Summary of World Broadcasts, March 25. Naomi Koppel, Ground Troops Surged for Yugoslavia. Up Online, March 29, 2000, Elizabeth Sullivan, A Threatening Thaw in the Balkans, Cleveland Plain Dealer, April 3, Laura Coffey, Prague Post, March 29, 2000. MCC Guire, Op. Sit. Dinstbier was a leading Czech dissident, imprisoned in the late 1970s and early 1980s, later the first post-communist foreign minister. 478. Notes. 49. Donald Fox and Michael Glennon, Report to the International Human Rights Law Group and the Washington Office on Latin America, Washington, D.C., April 1985, referring to State Department evasion of U.S. backed state terror in El Salvador. 22. Language and the Brain. 1. Ned Block, The Computer Model of the Mind, in D. N. Shearson and E. E. Smith, eds. An Invitation to Cognitive Science, Volume 3, Thinking, Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press, 1990. 2. The Brain, Daedalus, Spring 1998. 3. Mark Hauser, The Evolution of the Communication, Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press, 1996. 4. C. R. Gallistel, Neurons and Memory, in M.S. Katzenegger, ed., Conversations in the Cognitive Neurosciences, Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press, 1997. The replacement of general-purpose learning models with adaptively specialized learning modules, in M.S. Katzenegger, ed., The Cognitive Neurosciences, 2D ed. Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press, 1999. 5. David Hume, Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion, ed. Martin Bell, New York, Penguin, 1990. 6. Noam Chomsky, Language and Cognition, Welcoming Address from the Conference of the Cognitive Science Society, MIT, July 1990, in D. Johnson and C. Immelling, eds. The Future of the Cognitive Revolution, New York, Oxford University Press, 1997. Chomsky, Language and Nature, Mind 104, number 413, January 1995, 1-61, reprinted in Chomsky, New Horizons in the Study of Language and Mind, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2000. See the latter collection for many sources not cited here. 7. Alexander Coyer, From the Closed World to the Infinite Universe, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1957. 8. Anand Thackeray, Atoms and Powers, Cambridge, M.A., Harvard University Press, 1970. 9. Cited by Gerald Holton, On the Art of Scientific Imagination, Daedalus, Spring 1996, 1183-208. 10. Cited by V. S. Ramachandran and Sandra Blakesley, Phantoms in the Brain, London, Fourth Estate, 1998. 11. Bertrand Russell, The Analysis of Matter, Leipzig, B. G. Tubner, 1929. 12. R. D. Hawkins and D. R. Candle, Is There a Cell Biological Alphabet for Simple Forms of Learning? Psychological Review 91, 1984, 376-91. 13. Adam Frank, Quantum Honeybees, Discover 80, November 1997. 14. Noam Chomsky, Review of B. F. Skinner, Verbal Behavior, Language 35, Number 1, 1959, 26-57. 15. R. C. Luton, The Evolution of the Cognition, Thinking, An Invitation to Cognitive Science, Volume 3, ed. Daniel N. Osherson and Edward E. Smith, Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press, 1990, 229-46. 16. Terence Deacon, The Symbolic Species, The Co-Evolution of Language and the Brain, New York, Norton, 1998. 17. For current discussion of these topics, see, inter alia, Jerry Fodor, The Mind Doesn't Work That Way, Scope and Limits of Computational Psychology, Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press, 2000, Gary Marcus, Connectionism Save Constructivism. Cognition 66, 1998, 153-82. 18. C. Chomsky, Review of B. F. Skinner, Verbal Behavior, and for more general discussion, focusing on language, Chomsky, Reflections on Language, New York, Pantheon Books, 1975. Notes. 479. 19. On the non-triviality of this rarely recognized assumption, C. Fodor, Mind Doesn't Work That Way. 20. C. R. Gallistel, ed., Animal Cognition, Cognition, Special Issue, 37, Number 1-2, 1990. 23. United States, Israel, Palestine. 1. Baruch Kimmeling, Preparing for the War of His Choosing, Haaretz, July 12, 2001. Available online at www.palestineamonitor.org. Web link cho.htm. 2. Zeph Sternhell, Balata Has Fallen, Haaretz, March 7, 2002. 3. Shlomo Ben-Ami, Makamlikalim, A Place for All, Jerusalem, Kibbutz Hay-Meyukad, 1987. Cited in Ephraim David E., Globalization and Economy in the Middle East, A Piece of Markets or a Piece of Flags? Palestine-Israel Journal, Volume 7, Nos. 1-2, 2002. 4. Kimmeling, op. Cit. 5. Moving Past War in the Middle East, New York Times, April 7, 2002. 6. Text of a peace initiative authorized by the government of Israel on May 15, 1989, the Perez Shamir Coalition Plan, endorsed by the first President Bush in the Baker Plan of December 1989. See My World Orders Old or New, New York, Columbia University Press, 1999, 231-2 for an informal translation of this peace initiative. See also domino.n.org unisbl.nsf web link. Open document. 7. John Donnelly and Charles A. Radin. Powell's trip is called away to buy time for Sharon Sweep. Boston Globe, April 9, 2002, A1. 8. See Fateful Triangle, the United States, Israel, and the Palestinians, updated ed. Cambridge, M.A., South End Press, 1999, 75. 9. Patrick E. Tyler, Arab ministers announce support for Arafat, New York Times, April 7, 2002, Section 1. 17. Agence France Press, Israeli troops keep up offensive as Powell starts regional tour, April 8, 2002. Toby Harnden, it is when, not if, the withdrawal will start. Daily Telegraph, London, April 8, 2002. Robert Fisk, Mr. Powell must see for himself what Israel inflicted on Jenin. The Independent, London, April 14, 2002, 25. 10. Melissa Radler, UN Security Council endorses vision of Palestinian state, Jerusalem Post, March 14, 2002. 11. See Chap. 8 in Middle East Illusions and, for more details, my introduction to Rowan Carey, ed., The New Intifada, New York, Verso, 2001. Reprinted in Chomsky, Pirates and Emperors, Old and New, International Terrorism in the Real World, Cambridge, M.A., South End Press, 2002. 12. Fiona Fleck, 114 states condemn Israelis, Daily Telegraph, London, December 6, 2001, Herb Kanan, Geneva Pali delegates blast Israel, Jerusalem Post, December 6, 2001. 13. Graham Usher, Ending the Phony Ceasefire, Middle East International, January 25, 2002, 4. 14. Jeffrey Ronson, ed., Report on Israeli Settlements in the Occupied Territories, Foundation for Middle East Peace 12, Number 1, January to February 2002, Ian Williams, Middle East International, December 21, 2001, Judy Dempsey and Francis Williams, EU seeks to reassert Mideast influence, Financial Times, London, December 6, 2001, 7. 15. Francis A. Boyle, Law and Disorder in the Middle East, The Link, Americans for Middle East Understanding, 35, Number 1, January to March 2002, 1-13. Full text available online at www.ima.org web link. 480. Notes. 24. Imperial Grand Strategy. 1. White House, The National Security Strategy of the United States of America, released September 17, 2002. 2. John McCambry, Foreign Affairs, September to October 2002. 3. On this crucial distinction, see Carl Kaysen, Stephen Miller, Martin Mellin, William Nordhaus, and John Steinbrunner, War with Iraq, Cambridge, M.A., American Academy of Arts and Sciences, 2002. 4. Stephen Wiseman, New York Times, March 23, 2003. 5. Arthur Schlesinger, Los Angeles Times, March 23, 2003. 6. Richard Falk, Frontline, India, 20, Number 8, April 12-25, 2003. 7. Michael Glennon, Foreign Affairs, May to June 2003 and May to June 1999. 8. Dana Milbank, Washington Post, June 1, 2003. Guy Dinmore, James Harding, and Kathy Newman, Financial Times, May 3-4, 2003. 9. Dean Aikson, Proceedings of the American Society of International Law, No. 1314, 1963. Abraham Sophia, U.S. Department of State, Current Policy, No. 769, December 1985. Aikson was referring specifically to U.S. economic war, but he surely knew about international terrorism. 10. President Clinton, Address to the UN, September 27, 1993, William Cohen, Annual Report to the President and Congress, Washington, D.C., U.S. Government Printing Office, 1999. 11. Memorandum of the War and Peace Studies Project, Lawrence Shoup and William Minter, Imperial Brain Trust, New York, Monthly Review Press, 1977, 130 ff. 12. C. Basevich, American Empire, The Realities and Consequences of U.S. Diplomacy, Cambridge, M.A., Harvard University Press, 2002, for unusually strong claims in this regard. 13. George W. Bush, State of the Union Address, transcribed in New York Times, January 29, 2003. 14. Condoleezza Rice, interview with Wolf Blitzer, CNN, September 8, 2002. Scott Peterson, Christian Science Monitor, September 6, 2002. John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt, Foreign Policy, January to February 2003. The 1990 claims, based on alleged satellite images, were investigated by the St. Petersburg Times. Experts who analyzed photos from commercial satellites found nothing. Inquiries were rebuffed, and still are. See Peterson, Christian Science Monitor, for a review of how some facts are less factual. For independent confirmation, see Peter Zimmerman, Washington Post, August 14, 2003. 15. Christian Science Monitor, Tip Poll, Christian Science Monitor, January 14, 2003. Linda Feldman, Christian Science Monitor, March 14, 2003. Jim Rutenberg and Robin Toner, New York Times, March 22, 2003. 16. Edward Alden, Financial Times, March 21, 2003. Annette Olivan, London Review of Books, May 8, 2003. 17. Elizabeth B. Miller, New York Times, May 2, 2003. Transcript of George W. Bush's comments, New York Times, May 2, 2003. 18. Jason Burke, Sunday Observer, May 18, 2003. C211. 19. Program on International Policy Attitudes, paper, news release, June 4, 2003. 20. Gene Cummings and Greg Hite, Wall Street Journal, May 2, 2003. Francis Kleins, New York Times, May 10, 2003. Rove S. Emphasis. 21. David Sanger and Stephen Wiseman, New York Times, April 10, 2003. Roger Owen, Alram Weekly, April 3, 2003. 22. Comment and Analysis, Financial Times, May 27, 2003. 23. International Court of Justice, Corfu Channel Case, Merits, Judgment of April 9, 1949. Notes. 481. 24. See My New Military Humanism, Monroe, Me, Common Courage Press, 1999. 25. See My A New Generation Draws the Line, New York, Verso, 2000, 4ff. Statement by Non-Aligned Movement, Kuala Lumpur, February 25, 2003. 26. Ariadian, Haritz, May 21, 2003. 27. Amiran, Haritz, November 29, 2002. 28. Suzanne Nossel, Fletcher Forum, Winter-Spring 2003. 29. Richard Wilson, Nature 302, number 31, March 1983. Michael Jansen, Middle East International, January 10, 2003. Imad Kaduri, Uncritical Mass, Memoirs, Manuscript, 2003. Scott Sagan and Kenneth Waltz, The Spread of Nuclear Weapons, New York, Norton, 1995, 18-19. 30. Neely Tucker, Washington Post, December 3, 2002, Neil Lewis, New York Times, January 9, 2003. 31. Ed Vulliamy, Sunday Observer, May 25, 2003. 32. C. Chomsky, Hegemony or Survival, New York, Metropolitan Books, 2003, 200. 33. Jack Balkin, Los Angeles Times, February 13, 2003, and Newsday, February 17, 2003. Nat Hentoff, Progressive, April 2003. 34. Winston Churchill cited by A. W. B. Simpson, Human Rights and the End of Empire, Britain and the Genesis of the European Convention, New York, Oxford University Press, 2001, 55. 35. Kaysen et al., War with Iraq. Michael Greppen, Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, January-February 2003. 36. John Steinbrunner and Jeffrey Lewis, Daedalus, Fall 2002. 37. C. Chomsky, Year 501, Cambridge, M.A., Southend Press, 1993, Chap. 1. 38. James Morgan, Financial Times, April 25-26, 1992, referring to G7, the IMF, GATT, and other institutions of the new imperial age. Guy de Jonquière, Financial Times, January 24, 2001. Fukuyama cited by Mark Curtis, The Ambiguities of Power, London, Z, 1995, 183. 39. Bush and Baker cited by Sam Husseini, Counterpunch, March 8, 2003. Dilip Pyro, Iraq, In the Eye of the Storm, New York, Thunder's Mouth Press, Nation Books, 2002, 102 f. 40. Edward Luck, New York Times, March 22, 2003. 41. Elizabeth B. Miller and Carl Hulse, New York Times, October 12, 2002. Colin Powell cited by Julia Preston, New York Times, October 18, 2002. David Sanger and Julia Preston, New York Times, November 8, 2002. Andrew Card cited by Doug Sanders, Toronto Globe and Mail, November 11, 2002. 42. Mark Turner and Rula Khalif, Financial Times, February 5, 2003. 43. David Sanger and Warren Hogue, New York Times, March 17, 2003. Michael Corden, New York Times, March 18, 2003. 44. Excerpts from George W. Bush's news conference, New York Times, March 7, 2003. Felicity Barringer and David Sanger, New York Times, March 1, 2003. 45. Alison Mitchell and David Sanger, New York Times, September 4, 2002. Ari Fleischer cited by Christopher Adams and Mac Huband, Financial Times, April 12-13, 2003. Jack Straw cited by David Sanger and Felicity Barringer, New York Times, March 7, 2003. 46. In Powell's words, Saddam Hussein remains guilty, New York Times, March 6, 2003. Wiseman, New York Times, March 23, 2003. 47. Condoleezza Rice, Foreign Affairs, January to February 2000. Cited by John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt, Foreign Policy, January to February 2003. Note that 9/11 had no effect on these risk assessments. 48. Daphne Lindsay, App, Boston Globe, February 24, 2003. 49. Guy Dinmore and Mac Turner, Financial Times, February 12, 2003. Gene Cummings and Robert Bloch, Wall Street Journal, February 26, 2003. 482. Notes. 50. Genevieve Abdo, U.S. offers incentives for backing on Iraq, Boston Globe, February 13, 2003. Eric Lichtblau, charity leader accepts a deal in a terror case, New York Times, February 11, 2003. C. Chomsky, Hegemony or Survival, 208. 51. Richard Bowdress and John Hendren, Los Angeles Times, March 15, 2003. 52. Neil King and Jess Bravin, Wall Street Journal, May 5, 2003. For U.S. attitudes quoted here, see April 18-22, 2003 poll by the Programme on International Policy Attitudes, PIPA. On Iraqi attitudes, see Susanna Sirkin, Deputy Director, Physicians for Human Rights, reporting PHR poll finding that over 85% wanted the UN to play the lead role. Letters, New York Times, August 21, 2003. 53. John McEmbry, Foreign Affairs, September to October 2002. Annette Olivan, London Review of Books, October 3, 2002. 54. Samuel Huntington, Foreign Affairs, March to April 1999. Robert Jervis, Foreign Affairs, July to August 2001. 55. Kenneth Waltz and Kim Booth and the Timpton, eds, Worlds in Collision, Terror and the Future of the Global Order, New York, Palgrave Macmillan, 2002. Stephen Miller and Kaysen et al., War with Iraq. Jack Snyder, National Interest, Spring 2003. Selig Harrison, New York Times, June 7, 2003. 56. Bernard Fall, Last Reflections on a War, Garden City, NY, Doubleday, 1967. 57. C. Chomsky, For Reasons of State, 25, for a review of the final material in the Pentagon Papers, which ends at this point. 58. Maureen Dowd, New York Times, February 23, 1991. 59. World Economic Forum Press Release, January 14, 2003. Guy de Jonquière, Financial Times, January 15, 2003. 60. Alan Cowell, New York Times, January 23, 2003. Mark Landler, New York Times, January 24, 2003. Mark Champion, David Cloud, and Carla Ann Robbins, Wall Street Journal, January 27, 2003. 61. Foreign Desk, Powell on Iraq. We reserve our sovereign right to take military action, New York Times, January 27, 2003. 62. Kaysen et al., War with Iraq. 63. Hans von Sponeck, Guardian, July 22, 2002. 64. Ken Warren, Financial Times, January 21, 2003. On international polls, see Chomsky, Hegemony or Survival, Chap. 5. 65. Glenn Kessler and Mike Allen, Washington Post Weekly, March 3, 2003. Fareed Zakaria, Newsweek, March 24, 2003. 66. C. Chomsky, Hegemony or Survival, Chap. 1, Note 6. Atlantic Monthly, 1901, cited by Ido N. Our Enemies and Us, Ithaca, NY, Cornell University Press, 2002, 42. 67. Andrew Bacevich, American Empire, 215 ff. His emphasis. 68. The Collected Works of John Stuart Mill, Volume 21, ed. John M. Robson, Toronto, University of Toronto Press, London, Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1984. See Hegemony or Survival, 44-45. Britain's attitude toward the nobility of its successor was a bit different. See Hegemony or Survival, 149. 69. Andrew Bacevich, World Policy Journal, Fall 2002. 70. Michael Glennon, Christian Science Monitor, March 20, 1986. 71. Sebastian Mallaby, New York Times Book Review, September 21, 1997. Michael Mandelbaum, The Ideas That Conquered the World, New York, Public Affairs, 2002, 195. Senior Administration Policymakers cited by Thomas Friedman, New York Times, January 12, 1992. 72. Boot, New York Times, February 13, 2003. Robert Kagan, Washington Post Weekly, February 10, 2003. Notes. 483. 73. On Mill's essay and the circumstances in which it was written, see my peering into the abyss of the future. Britain's crimes in India and China shocked many Englishmen, including classical liberals like Richard Cobden. See Chomsky, Hegemony or Survival, Chap. 7, Note 52. 74. Henri Alleg, Laguerre Algerie, cited in Youssef Bedjoui, Abbassawa, and Monsieur Matlabi, eds. An Inquiry into the Algerian Massacres, Plan Les Watts, Genève, Hogger, 1999. 75. Walter Lafebre, Inevitable Revolutions, New York, Norton, 1983, 50 ff, 75 ff. 76. Muhammad Mohammed, Iraq and the Second Gulf War, San Francisco, Austin and Winfield, 1998, 123. 77. David Schmitz, Thank God They're on Our Side, Chapel Hill, North Carolina Press, 1999. Japan Envisions a New Order in Asia, 1938, reprinted in Dennis Merrill and Thomas Patterson, eds. Major Problems in American Foreign Relations, Volume 2, since 1914, New York, Houghton Mifflin, 2000. 78. Soviet Lawyers, C. Sean Murphy, Humanitarian Intervention, Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania Press, 1996. Kennedy Administration, C. Chomsky, Rethinking Camelot. 79. Ivan Maysky, January 1944, cited in a Vladimir Pechetnov, The Big Three After World War II, Woodrow Wilson International Center, Working Paper No. 13, July 1995. 80. Cited by Lafebre, Inevitable Revolutions. Robert Tecker, Commentary, January 1975. 81. Cited by Mexican historian Jose Fuentes Mez in Cecil Robinson, ed. And Trans, The View from Chapultepec, Mexican Writers on the Mexican-American War, Tucson, University of Arizona Press, 1989, 160. 82. Cited by William Stivers, Supremacy and Oil, Ithaca, NY, Cornell University Press, 1982. 83. Morgenth, New York Review of Books, September 24, 1970. 84. See regular Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International reports and, among many publications, J. V. Giraldo, Columbia, The Genocidal Democracy, Monroe, Me, Common Courage Press, 1996, and Gary Leach, Killing Peace, Colombia's Conflict and the Failure of U.S. Intervention, New York, Information Network of the Americas, 2002. 25. Afterword to Failed States. 1. Robert Pastor, Condemned to Repetition, United States and Nicaragua, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1987, his emphasis. 2. Ali Abdul Latif Ahmed, Forgotten Voice, Power and Agency in Colonial and Post-Colonial Libya, London, Routledge, 2005. 3. Selig Harrison, Financial Times, January 18, 2006. 4. Ellen Nickmeyer and Omar Fekiki, Washington Post, January 24, 2006. Charles Levinson, Christian Science Monitor, January 30, 2006. For Osirak, see Hegemony or Survival, 25. 5. C. Chomsky, Failed States, New York, Metropolitan Books, 2006, 77, as Hegemony or Survival, New York, Metropolitan Books, 2003, 157-58. 6. Anthony Bublo, Financial Times, October 6, 2005. Shai Oster, Wall Street Journal, January 23, 2006. 7. Ajaz Ahmed, Frontline, India, October 8, 2005. Katrin Benhold, International Herald Tribune, October 5, 2004. Also Victor Mallet and Guy Dinmore, Financial Times, March 17, 2005. Daniel Domi et al., Financial Times, January 26, 2006. David Sanger and Elaine Ciolino, New York Times, January 27, 2006. 8. Siddharth Varadarajan, Hindu, January 24, 2006. Hindu, January 25, 2006. International Herald Tribune, January 25, 2006. Fred Weir, Christian Science Monitor, October 26, 2005. C. 484. Notes. Declaration of Heads of Member States of Shanghai Cooperation Organization, China, Russian Federation, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, July 5, 2005, Astana, Kazakhstan, World Affairs, New Delhi, Autumn 2005. 9. For background see Hegemony or Survival, Chap. 6. 10. Nick, Global Trends. Joel Brinkley, New York Times, October 25, 2005. Dan Malinsky, App, October 24, 2005. Bush policies have even alienated Australians, traditionally supportive of the United States. A 2005 survey found that a majority regarded the external threat posed by both U.S. foreign policy and Islamic extremism as primary and equivalent concerns, compared with one-third concerned about China. Only 58% viewed the U.S. positively, compared with 94% for New Zealand, 86% for Britain, 84% for Japan, and 69% for China. Half favored a free trade agreement with China, only a third with the United States. Tom Allard and Louise Williams, Sydney Morning Herald, March 29, 2005. 11. Mark Frank, Financial Times, October 21, 2005. John Cherian, Frontline, India, December 30, 2005, citing Pakistan's leading Daily Dawn. 12. Quinn Dyer, Guardian, October 25, 2005. Adam Thompson, Financial Times, December 11, 2005. Economist Mark Weisbrod, co-director of the Center for Economic and Policy Research, Washington, SEP release, January 28, 2006. 13. Andy Webvidal, Financial Times, January 3, 2005. Diego Cevallos, IPS, December 19, 2005. Weisbrod, SEP release, January 28, 2006. For more on the water issue, see William Bloom, Rogue State, Monroe, Me, Common Courage Press, 2000, 77-78. 14. Andy Webvidal, Financial Times, March 13, 2005. Justin Bloom, Washington Post, November 22, 2005. Michael Evanson and Susan Milligan, Boston Globe, November 20, 2005. 15. David Bacon, Z Magazine, January 2006, Multinational Monitor, September to October 2005. 16. Scott Wilson and Glenn Kessler, Washington Post, January 22, 2006. Stephen Erlanger, New York Times, January 23, 2006. 17. Walt Bogdanich and Jenny Nordberg, New York Times, January 29, 2006. See references of Chap. 4, Note 14, and 154 in failed states. Gregory Wilbert, Znit Commentary, December 2005. Select bibliography of works by Noam Chomsky. 1951. Morphophonemics of Modern Hebrew. Master's Thesis, University of Pennsylvania. 1953. Systems of Syntactic Analysis. Journal of Symbolic Logic 18, No. 3, September. 1954. Review of Modern Hebrew by E. Rager. Language 30, No. 1, January to March. 1955. Logical Syntax and Semantics, Their Linguistic Relevance. Language 31, Nos. 1 to 2. January to March. 1955. Logical Structure of Linguistic Theory. Manuscript, microfilm. Reprints, New York. Plenum Press, 1975, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1985. 1955. Transformational Analysis. Ph.D. dissertation. Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania. 1955. Semantic Considerations in Grammar. Monograph No. 8. Georgetown, Georgetown. University Institute of Languages and Linguistics. 1957. Syntactic Structures. The Hague, Mouton. Reprints, Berlin and New York, 1985, Berlin and New York, Mouton de Gruyter, 2002. 1958. Linguistics, Logic, Psychology, and Computers. Computer Programming and Artificial Intelligence, March. 1959. Review of Verbal Behavior by B.F. Skinner. Language 35, No. 1, January to March. 1961. Some Methodological Remarks on Generative Grammar. Word 17, No. 2, August. 1965. Aspects of the Theory of Syntax. Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press. 1965. Cartesian Linguistics. New York, Harper and Row. Reprints, Lanham, M.D., University Press of America, 1986, Christchurch, New Zealand, Cyber Editions Corporation, 2002, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2008. 1968. With Morris Halley. Sound Pattern of English. New York, Harper and Row. Reprint, Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press, 1991. 1968. Vietnam, A Symptom of the Crisis in America. Folio 6, No. 2, Spring-Summer. 1969. Review of No More Vietnams, edited by R.M. Pfeiffer. New York Review of Books, January 2nd. 1969. American Power and the New Mandarins. New York, Pantheon Books, London, Chatto and Windus. Reprint, New York, The New Press, 2002. 1969. Some Tasks for the Left. Liberation 14, Nos. 5 to 6, August to September. 1969. Knowledge and Power, Intellectuals and the Welfare Warfare State. In the New Left, a collection of essays, ed. Patricia Long. Boston, Porter Sargent. 1970. At War with Asia. New York, Pantheon Books. Reprint, Oakland, California, AC Press, 2005. 486. Select bibliography of works by Noam Chomsky. 1970. A Visit to Laos. New York Review of Books 15, Number 2, July 23, 1970. In North Vietnam. New York Review of Books 15, Number 3, August 13, 1970. For Reasons of State. New York, Pantheon Books. Reprint, New York, The New Press. 2003. 1970. Current Issues in Linguistic Theory. Berlin and New York, Mouton de Gruyter. 1971. Chomsky, Selected Readings, ed. J. P. B. Allen and Paul Van Buren. London, Oxford University Press. 1971. Problems of Knowledge and Freedom. New York, Pantheon Books. Reprint, New York. The New Press, 2003. 1968. Language and Mind. New York, Harcourt Brace and World. Expanded ed., New York. Harcourt Brace Jovanovic, 1972. 1972. Studies on Semantics in Generative Grammar. The Hague, Mouton. 1972. The Pentagon Papers as Propaganda and as History. In the Pentagon Papers, Volume 5. Eds. Noam Chomsky and Howards in Boston, Beacon. 1973. Endgame, The Tactics of Peace in Vietnam. Ramparts 11, Number 10, April 25 to 28, 5 to 60. 1973. With Edward S. Herman. Counter-Revolutionary Violence, Bloodbaths in Fact and Proper. Gander, Module Number 57. Andover, M.A., Warner Modular Publications. 1973. Watergate, A Skeptical View. New York Review of Books 20, Number 4, September 20, 1974. Peace in the Middle East. New York, Pantheon Books. See Middle East Illusions below, 1975. Reflections on Language. New York, Pantheon Books. See on Language below, 1976. Conditions on Rules of Grammar. Linguistic Analysis 2, Number 4. 1977. Human Rights, A New Excuse for U.S. Interventions. 7 Days 1, Number 8, May 23, 1977. Workers' Councils, Not Just a Slice of the Pie, but a Hand in Making It. 7 Days 1. Number 10, June 20, 1977. Why American Business Supports Third World Fascism. Business and Society Review. Fall. 1977. Essays on Form and Interpretation. New York, Elsevier, North Holland. 1978. Human Rights and American Foreign Policy. Nottingham, Spokesman Books. 1978. Against Apologetics for Israeli Expansionism. New Politics 12, Number 1, Winter, 15 to 46. 1978. Language and Responsibility. New York, Pantheon Books. See on Language below, 1978. An Exception to the Rules. Review of Just and Unjust Wars by Michael Walzer. Inquiry. April 17, 1979. The Hidden War in East Timor. Resist, January to February, 1979. With Edward S. Herman. The Political Economy of Human Rights. The Washington Connection and Third World Fascism, Volume 1. After the Cataclysm, Post-War Indochina and the Reconstruction of Imperial Ideology, Volume 2. Cambridge, M.A., South End Press. 1980. Rules and Representations. New York, Columbia University Press, Oxford, Basil Blackwell Publisher. Reprint, New York, Columbia University Press, 2005. 1981. Lectures on Government Unbinding, The Pisa Lectures. Holland, Forest Publications. Reprint, Berlin and New York, Mouton de Gruyter, 1993. 1981. Resurgent America, On Reagan's Foreign Policy. Our Generation 14, Number 4, Summer. 1981. On the Representation of Form and Function. The Linguistic Review 1. 1981. Radical Priorities, ed. Carlos P. Otero. Montreal, Black Rose Books. Expanded ed. Oakland, California, AC Press, 2003. 1982. Towards a New Cold War, Essays on the Current Crisis and How We Got There. New York, Pantheon Books. Reprinted as Towards a New Cold War, U.S. Foreign Policy from Vietnam to Reagan. New York, The New Press, 2003. Select Bibliography of Works by Noam Chomsky. 487. 1982. Some Concepts and Consequences of the Theory of Government and Binding. Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press. 1983. The Fateful Triangle, Israel, the United States, and the Palestinians. Cambridge, M.A., South End Press. Expanded ed. Cambridge, M.A., South End Press, 1999. 1984. Modular Approaches to the Study of the Mind. San Diego State University Press. 1985. Crimes by Victims are Called Terrorism. In These Times, July the 24th to August the 6th. 1985. Dominoes. Granta 15, Spring. 1985. Turning the Tide, U.S. Intervention in Central America and the Struggle for Peace. Cam. Bridge, M.A., South End Press. Expanded ed. Montreal, Black Rose Books, 1988. Cambridge, M.A., South End Press, 2000. 1986. Knowledge of Language, Its Nature, Origin, and Use. New York, Praja Publishers. 1986. The Soviet Union vs. Socialism. Our Generation 7, Number 2, Spring/Summer. 1986. Barriers. Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press. 1986. Visions of Righteousness. Cultural Critique, Number 3, Spring. 1986. Middle East Terrorism and the U.S. Ideological System. Race and Class 28, Number 1. 1986. Pirates and Emperors, International Terrorism in the Real World. New York, Claremont Research and Publications, Brattleboro, V.T., Amana Books, Montreal, Black Rose Books, 1987. See Pirates and Emperors, Old and New below, 1987. On Power and Ideology, The Managua Lectures. Cambridge, M.A., South End Press. 1987. Language and Problems of Knowledge, The Managua Lectures. Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press. 1987. The Chomsky Reader, ed. James Beck. New York, Pantheon Books. 1988. The Culture of Terrorism. Cambridge, M.A., South End Press. 1988. Language and Politics, ed. Carlos P. Otero. Montreal, Black Rose Books. Expanded ed. Oakland, California, AC Press, 2004. 1988. Scenes from the Uprising. Z Magazine, July, August. 1988. The Palestinian Uprising, A Turning Point. Z Magazine, May. 1988. With Edward S. Herman. Manufacturing Consent, The Political Economy of the Mass Media. New York, Pantheon Books. Expanded ed. New York, Pantheon Books, 2002. 1989. Necessary Illusions, Thought Control and Democratic Societies. Cambridge, M.A., South End Press. 1990. The Dawn, so far, is in the East. Nation 250, Number 4, January 29th. 1991. On U.S. Gulf Policy. Open Magazine Pamphlet Series, No. 1. Westfield, N.J., Open Media. 1991. International Terrorism, Image and Reality. in Western State Terrorism, ed. Alexander George, 12-38. Oxford, Polity Press. 1991. Some Notes on Economy of Derivation and Representation. In Principles and Parameters in Comparative Grammar, ed. Robert Frieden. Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press. 1991. The New World Order. Open Magazine Pamphlet Series, Number 6. Westfield, N.J., Open Media. 1991. Deterring Democracy. New York, Verso. Expanded ed., London, Vintage, 1992, New York, Hill and Wang, 1992. 1991. Media Control, The Spectacular Achievements of Propaganda. Open Magazine Pamphlet Series, Number 10. Westfield, N.J., Open Media. Expanded ed., New York, 7 Stories Press, Open Media, 2002. 1992. What We Say Goes, The Middle East in the New World Order. In Collateral Damage, The New World Order at Home and Abroad, ed. Cynthia Peters. Cambridge, M.A., Southend Press. 1992. Language and Mind, Challenges and Prospects. Talk given at the commemorative. 488. Select Bibliography of Works by Noam Chomsky. Lecture Meeting, 1988 Kyoto Prizes, Kyoto, November 11, 1988. In Kyoto Prizes and Inamory Grants, 1988. Kyoto, Inamory Foundation. 1992. A Minimalist Program for Linguistic Theory. MIT Occasional Papers in Linguistics 1. Cambridge, M.A., MIT Working Papers in Linguistics. Reprinted in The View from Building 20, eds. Kenneth Hale and Samuel J. Keyser. Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press, 1993. 1992. What Uncle Sam Really Wants. Berkeley, Oregonian Press. 1992. With David Barsamian. Chronicles of Dissent. Monroe, Me, Common Courage Press. 1993. The Masters of Mankind. Nation. March 29, 1993. Enter a world that is truly surreal. President Clinton's sudden use of international violence. Westfield, N.J., Open Media. 1993. On U.S. Gulf Policy. In Open Fire, the Open Magazine Pamphlet Series Anthology, eds. Greg Ruggiero and Stuart Sulker. New York, The New Press. 1993. Letters from Lexington, Reflections on Propaganda. Monroe, Me, Common Courage Press, Toronto, on, Between the Lines. Expanded ed., Boulder, Paradigm Publishers, 2004. 1993. Year 501, The Conquest Continues. Cambridge, M.A., Southend Press. 1993. Rethinking Camelot, JFK, The Vietnam War, and U.S. Political Culture. Cambridge, M.A., Southend Press. 1993. Language and Thought. Wakefield, Moa Bell. 1993. With David Barsamian. The Prosperous Few and the Restless Many. Berkeley, California, Oregonian Press. 1994. Humanitarian Intervention. Boston Review 18, Number 6, December 1993 January 1994. 1994. World Orders Old and New. Cairo, The American University in Cairo Press, New York, Columbia University Press. Expanded ed., New York, Columbia University Press, 1996. 1994. With David Barsamian. Keeping the Rabble in Line. Monroe, Me, Common Courage Press. 1994. With David Barsamian. Secrets, Lies and Democracy. Berkeley, California, Oregonian Press. 1995. Rollback. In the New American Crisis, Radical Analyses of the Problems Facing America Today, eds. Greg Ruggiero and Stuart Sulker. New York, The New Press. 1995. Memories. Z Magazine, July, August. 1995. The Minimalist Program. Cambridge, MA, MIT Press. 1996. With David Barsamian. Class Warfare, Interviews with David Barsamian. Monroe, Me, Common Courage Press. 1996. Consent Without Consent, Reflections on the Theory and Practice of Democracy. Cleveland State Law Review 44, No. 4. 1996. Powers and Prospects, Reflections on Human Nature and the Social Order. St. Leonard's, Australia, Allen and Unwin, Cambridge, MA, Southend Press. 1996. Hamlet Without the Prince of Denmark. Review of In Retrospect by Robert McNamara. In Diplomatic History 20, No. 3, Summer. 1997. The Cold War and the University. In the Cold War and the University, Toward an Intellectual History of the Post-War Years. New York, The New Press. 1998. On Language, Chomsky's Classic Works Language and Responsibility and Reflections on Language in one volume. New York, The New Press. 1998. With David Barsamian. The Common Good. Monroe, Me, Oregonian Press. 1998. Power in the Global Arena. New Left Review 230, July/August. 1999. The Umbrella of U.S. Power, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the Contradictions of U.S. Policy. New York, 7 Stories Press, Open Media. 1999. Profit Over People, Neoliberalism and Global Order. New York, 7 Stories Press. Select Bibliography of Works by Noam Chomsky. 489. 1999. The New Military Humanism, Lessons from Kosovo. Monroe, Me, Common Courage Press. 1999. With Heinz Dieterich. Latin America, From Colonization to Globalization. Melbourne. Ocean Press. 1999. The United States and the University of Human Rights. International Journal of Health Services 29, No. 3. 1999. Domestic Terrorism, Notes on the State System of Oppression. New Political Science. 21, No. 3. 2000. U.S.-Iraq Policy, Motives and Consequences. In Iraq Under Siege, The Deadly Impact of Sanctions and War, ed. Anthony Arnov. Cambridge, M.A., Southend Press. 2000. New Horizons in the Study of Language and Mind. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. 2000. Rogue States, The Rule of Force in World Affairs. Cambridge, M.A., Southend Press. 2000. A New Generation Draws the Line, Kosovo, East Timor and the Standards of the West. London and New York, Verso. 2000. Chomsky on Miseducation, edited by Donaldo Macedo. Lanham, M.D., Roman and Lit. Tillyfield Publishers. 2000. The Architecture of Language, ed. Nirmalangshu Mukherjee, by Budhendra Narayan Pat. Naik, and Rama Kantagnihotri. New Delhi, Oxford University Press. 2001. With David Barsamian. Propaganda and the Public Mind, Conversations with Noam Chomsky. Cambridge, M.A., Southend Press. 2001. Elections 2000. Z Magazine, January. 2001. Update, Elections. Z Magazine, February. 2001. 9/11, ed. Greg Ruggiero. New York, 7 Stories Press. Expanded ed., New York. 7 Stories Press, 2002. 2002. Understanding Power, The Indispensable Chomsky, eds. Peter R. Mitchell and John Serval. New York, The New Press. 2002. On Nature and Language, eds. Adriana Belletti and Luigi Rizzi. Cambridge, Cambridge. University Press. 2002. With W. Tekensefich and Mac D. Hauser. The Faculty of Language, What is it? Who has it, and how did it evolve? Science 298, November 22nd, 2002. Pirates and Emperors, Old and New, International Terrorism in the Real World. Cambridge. M.A., Southend Press. 2003. Power and Terror, Post 9/11 Talks and Interviews, eds. John Junkerman and Takei. Masikazu. New York, 7 Stories Press. 2003. Chomsky on Democracy and Education, ed. Carlos P. Otero. New York, Routledge Farmer. 2003. Middle East Illusions. Lanham, M.D., Roman and Littlefield. 2003. Hegemony or Survival, America's Quest for Global Dominance. New York, Metropolitan Books. Expanded ed., New York, Owl Books, 2004. 2003. Objectivity and Liberal Scholarship. New York, The New Press. 2004. The Generative Enterprise Revisited, Discussions with Reine Huybrechts, Henk van Riems. Dijk, Naoki Fukui and Mihoko Zashi. Berlin and New York, Mouton de Gruyter. 2004. During On the Imitation Game. In the Turing Test, ed. Stuart Spur. Cambridge. M.A., MIT Press. 2005. 3 Factors in Language Design. Linguistics Inquiry 36, Number 1, Winter. 2005. What We Know, on the Universals of Language and Rights. Boston Review 30, Knows. 3-4, Summer. 2005. With W. Tekensefich and Mac D. Hauser. The Evolution of the Language Faculty. Clarifications and Implications. Cognition 97, Number 2, September. 490. Select Bibliography of Works by Noam Chomsky. 2005. Government in the Future. New York, 7 Stories Press, Open Media. 2005. Chomsky on Anarchism. Oakland, AC Press. 2005. Imperial Ambitions, Conversations of the Post-9/11 World. New York, Metropolitan Books. 2006. Failed States, The Abuse of Power and the Assault on Democracy. New York, Metropolitan Books. Paperback ed., New York, Owl Books, 2007. 2006. Latin America at the Tipping Point. International Socialist Review, number 46, March/April 2006. On Phases. In Foundational Issues in Linguistic Theory, eds. Robert Frieden, Carlos P. Otero, and Maria Luisa Zubizarreta. Cambridge, M.A., MIT Press. 2007. With Gilbert Wakar. Perilous Power, The Middle East and U.S. Foreign Policy, Dialogues. On Terror, Democracy, War and Justice, ed. Stephen R. Shalom. Boulder, Paradigm Publishers. 2007. Interventions. San Francisco, City Lights Books, Open Media Series. 2007. With Irfan Brahamian, David Barsamian, and Nahid Mozafari. Targeting Iran. San Francisco, City Lights Books, Open Media Series. 2007. Inside Lebanon, Journey to Shattered Land with Noam and Carol Chomsky, ed. Asaf 3. New York, Monthly Review Press. 2007. With David Barsamian. What We Say Goes, Conversations on U.S. Power in a Changing World. New York, Metropolitan Books. Index. Abdullah, King of Saudi Arabia, 345, 405 Abrams, Creighton W. Jr., 115, 153 Exon, Dean, 147, 227, 264, 375, 377 Ackland, Ken, 120 Aesthetic Theory, 88, 244-45 Afghanistan. Soviet invasion of, 167, 208, 261, 269, 270, 342, 452 N1. And War on Terror, 343, 345-46 Africa. And Cold War, 227 and Israel, 210, 211, 213-14 U.S. policies in, 183, 211, 315-16 Agency for International Development. USAID, 132, 179-80, 410-11 Agent Orange, 273 Aggressive War, Tailor On, 107-9, 129 Agriculture. Capital Intensive, 266 and NIFTA, 336 Almad, Ajas, 405 AFLT, 410 Air Force, U.S., Report on Korea, 1953, 185-86 Ajami, Fuad, 321 Albania, 314, 320 Algeria, 399 Alienation, Problems of, 53 Ireland, Salvador, 181, 227 Al-Qaeda, 342, 379-80, 392 Alsop, Joseph, 146 Amalgamated Engineering and Foundry Workers Union, 102 American Academy of Arts and Sciences, 386. 387 American Journal of International Law, 311 American Professors for Peace in the Middle East, APM, 220-21 American Revolution, 131, 229, 259 American Society of International Law, 375. American Way, 231, 266 Amin, edit. 211 Anarchism, 8, 92-104. As Anti-Capitalist, 97-99 and Bolsheviks, 95-96. 262 Destruction of State Power in, 93, 95. 101 Guérin, 92, 97. 103 of 19th versus 20th century, 103 and Red Bureaucracy, 95 Rehabilitation of, 103 and Revolution, 94-96, 100-102 and Socialism, 97, 100, 103 Worker Control in, 101 Anarcho-Syndicalists, 98, 101 Andean Region, 381 Anderson, Benedict, 188 Anderson, Jack, 188 Anderson, Terry, 271 Andrews, Bruce, 163 Animal Behavior, Applicability to Humans, 2, 3, 5, 234-35. 422 N4. 423 N9 Effects of intermittent reinforcement on 5 external factors isolated in 3 imprinting of 14 latent learning in 13 mechanical principle of 83 237 and mind-body considerations 237 operant for scope and limitations of 241-42 Annan, Kofi, 316 Anti-Defamation League, 203, 205, 212 Appeasement, Danger of, 58 Apple, RW, 115 APM, American Professors for Peace in their Middle East, 220-21 Arab League, 369, 371 Arafat, Yazir, 370, 410 Aramco, In Saudi Arabia, 172. 492. Index. Argentina, and IMF, 409. Neo-Nazis in, 215. 262. And trading blocks, 408. Aristide, Jean Bertrand, 411 to 12. Aristotle, 278. Articularity, use of term, 473. N3. Articulatory perceptual system, 278. Ashcroft, John, 385. Asia. Domino theory in, 43, 45, 69, 70, 142 to 43, 226 to 29, 231, 457. N36. Economic growth in, 228, 405. Grand area principles in, 174, 228. And Israel, 216. Nationalist revolutions in, 55 to 56, 64. New order in, 143. Rice famines in, 185 to 86. And rotten apple theory, 227, 228 to 29, 231. Security of, 58, 406 to 7. USAID in, 180. U.S. military bases in, 345. U.S. policies in, 44 to 45, 158 to 59, 170, 183, 184, 223, 225. See also specific nations. Asian energy security grid, 405 to 7. Atlantic basin resources, 407. Atlantic charter, 173. Attention and behavior, 5. Australia, 313, 314. Autoclitics, 25 to 26. Automatic self-reinforcement, 11 to 12. Aversive control, Skinner's use of phrase, 19. Azerbaijan, and access to Iranian oil, 42 to 43. Guerrilla warfare in, 42. Aznar, Jose Maria, 390, 399. Baker, James A. 3rd, 388. Bakunin, Michael, 95 to 96, 97, 100, 101, 103, 246. 452. N1. Borkin, Jack, 385 to 86. Paul, George, 448. 10-6, 450. N7. Barak, Ed, 368, 369, 370. Barnier, Lam, 210. N. Battista, Fulgencio, 132. Bavaria, 178. Bay of Pigs, 40, 44. Beatty, James, 35. Beecher, William, 185. Begin, Menachem, 201. Behavior and attention, 5. Characteristics of, 2. Cognitive perspective of, 287 to 88. Contribution of the organism to, 2 to 3. Controlling variables of, 8 to 9. Definitions in study of, 5, 6 to 10. Factors involved in, 5. Identifying the unit of, 8. Mind-body aspects of, 235 to 37. Observation of, 2 to 3. Operant, 4. Patterns of, 29. Prediction of, 3. Reinforcement of, 3, 5, 15. Shaping of, 82, 89. Skinner's framework for description of, 4 to 6. Stimulation of, 3. Textual, 24. Untestable laws of, 422 to 23. N5. Verbal, see verbal behavior. Behaviorist psychology, definitions of terms in, 5. And human mental faculties, 3. And language, 1 to 4. 27. Behavior of organisms, Skinner, 4 to 5, 6, 10. Bell, Daniel, 52 to 53, 266. Ben-Ami, Shlomo, 368. Ben-Elazar, Lau, 221. Ben-Gurion, David, 210. Berger, Sandy, 301, 315, 317 Bill, A. 43 Bill Esconi, Silvio, 399, 400 Bernays, Edward, 264 Bickerton, Derek, 357 Bin Laden, Osama, 379 to 80, 397 Bin Laden Network, 322, 342 Bioterrorism, 333 Birds, Songs of, 14 Black, Joseph, 352 Blair, Tony, and G.W. Bush, 386 and Iraq, 378, 383, 388 and NATO's bombing of Serbia, 300, 302, 308, 309, 346, 382 to 83 and NATO's credibility, 302, 346, 382 to 83 Blodgett, A. L. 13 Bloomfield, Leonard, 23 B'nai B'rith, 203 Body, Concept of, 239 to 40, 241 and Contact Mechanics, 236, 238, 239, 240. 241 Mind-Body Problem, 235 to 41, 246, 351 Physical World of, 239, 240 Bolan, Charles, 153 Bokassa, Jean Bedell, 211 Bolivia, 408 to 9 Bolsheviks, 95 to 96, 262, 264. Index 493. Bonaparte, Napoleon, 401 Boot, Max, 398, 399 Borden, William, 264, 471 to 72 and 21 Boron, Attilio, 338 Bosnia, 311, 321 to 22, 392 Boston Globe, 268 to 69 Bracken, Harry, 237 Brain and Cognitive Sciences, 353, 354, 355 to 56 and Communication, 348 to 49, 356 to 60, C. Also Language and Creativity, 350 to 51 Emergent Properties of, 348, 349 to 56 and Evolution, 359 to 60 Functional Perspective of, 362 and Intelligibility, 350, 351, 352 and Language, 347 to 67 Learning Mechanisms of, 349, 362 to 67 Mechanical Explanation of, 350, 351 Methodological Thesis of, 356 to 62 and Mind-Body Problem, 351 Neurophysiological Activities of, 349 in Phylogenetic Perspective, 349, 357, 362 Thought as Product of, 353 Brazil and China, 407 U.S. Policies in, 181 Bretton Woods Economic Phase, 334 Brezhnev Doctrine, 129, 448 to 49 N8 Brinkley, Joel, 407 Britain and Afghanistan, 343 Council Communism in, 102 and East Timor, 312, 315, 322 an Empire, 60 to 61, 74, 112, 170, 223, 224. 225 English Revolution, 17th century, 259 Freedom of Inquiry in, 166 and Free Trade, 267 and Greece, 130, 207 to 9 and India, 399 and Iraq, 314, 378, 383, 388, 391 and Khmer Rouge, 382 and Lend-Lease Aid, 170, 171 to 72 and Middle East Oil, 171, 209, 225 and Suez, 209 and World War II, 170 British Communist Party, 101 Brookings Institution, 318 Brown, Malcolm, 47, 440 and 13 B, Martin, 95 Bullitt, William, 171 Bundy, McGeorge, 47, 119, 134 Bundy, William, 57 to 58, 469 N6 Burnham, Walter Dean, 166. Burrow, J. W. 83 Bush, George H. W. Administration of 328, 376, 388 and Public Opinion, 395 as UN Ambassador, 372 Bush, George W. Aim to rule the world, 393, 398 and Blair, 386 Civil rights stomped on by, 385 to 86 Decline of trust in, 395 and Iran, 446 and Iraq, 389 to 92, 404 to 5 Narrow corporate interests of, 345 and National Security Strategy, 387 Propaganda output of, 378 to 80, 395 and September 11th attacks, 342, 344, 345, 374, 379, 385, 397 State of the Union Message, 2003, 378 and Terrorism, 371, 377, 378 to 80 as Threat to World Peace, 374, 396 to 97 and U.S. Isolation, 407, 410 Business Week, 179 Butler, Richard, 314, 315 Burns, James F., 224. Corley, William L., 114, 153 Cambodia. And Khmer Rouge, 155, 263, 271, 382, 451 and 12, 455 and 22. And Mayagas Incident, 154 to 56, 184, 186 Musin, 272 Public indignation over, 462 and 10 refugees in, 117 to 18 Soviet aid to, 196 to 97, 463 and 14 Thai mercenaries in, 140, 155, 448 10-6 and UN, 461 N5 US bombing of, 111, 118, 137, 139, 140, 156 U.S. chemical warfare in, 273 U.S. military aggression in, 125, 136 to 37, 138, 152, 154 to 55, 168, 196, 226, 230, 231 U.S. subversive activities in, 154 to 55 Vietnamese invasion of, 382 White Book of, 140 Camp David proposals, 200, 368 to 69 Canada, and NAFTA, 407 U.S. distrusted by, 396, 407 and Vietnam War, 267 Capitalism, Anarchism vs. 97 to 99 and competition, 97 corporate, 86 free market, 247, 266, 274 industrial, 96, 97 investor rights in, 335, 494. Index. Capitalism, Kant, limitations of, 89 macroeconomic measures, 334 and militarized state, 89, 165 predatory, 88 to 89 and production, 97, 98 to 99 state, 98, 102, 165, 334 and technology, 89 unrestrained, 87 and wage labor, 97 to 99, 258. Capitalist democracy, 257 to 59 labor in, 258, 410 resource constraint and demand constraint in, 258 stability of, 259. Card, Andrew, 389 Carmichael, Stokely, 220 Carothers, Thomas, 403 Carter, Jimmy, 268, 269 Carter administration. And East Timor, 460 N3 human rights as focus in, 165, 184 Cartesian model, C. Descartes, René Castro, Fidel, 44, 227 Center for International Policy, 272 Center for International Security, 212 Center for Public Integrity, 385 Central America, Solidarity Movement in, 9 See also Latin America CFR, Council on Foreign Relations, War and Peace Studies Project, 169 to 74, 175, 224 to 25 Chase, James, 181 to 82, 184, 226 Chavez, Hugo, 408, 409 Chechnya, 307, 315, 329, 344, 392 Chern, Leo, 452 N1, 463 N14 Chile, and China, 407 and Israel, 467 N44 U.S. policies in, 181, 182, 226, 227, 318 China, and Chile, 407 and Cold War, 69, 70, 183 Communism in, 49 Economic Development in, 60, 228 and EU, 407 Expansionism of, 435 and 29 in India, 406 and Iran, 405 Japanese aggression in, 61, 69, 118, 330, 400, 404 massive capital gifts to 54 missionaries in 43 and oil 405, 407. Opium wars in 43, 399 possibility of nuclear war in 46, 61 and Saudi Arabia 405 starvation in 48 and Tibet 307 and Vietnam War 69, 70, 72, 130 to 31, 382 and War on Terror 344 China Incident 39 Chomsky, Avlom activism of 8, 9, 63 to 74 basic themes in work of 8-9 birth and background of 7-8 influence of 9 Chomsky, William, father, 7 Christopher, Warren M. 388 Jung King, bombing of 61 Cherba, Joseph, 212 Churchill, Winston, 55, 207, 223, 386 CIA, in Cambodia, 155 in Iran, 171, 172 to 73, 182, 209 in Laos, 231 and Radical Islam, 342 and Tibet, 447 to 48 and 97 Citgo, 409 Citizens Commission of Inquiry on United States War Crimes, 114 Citizens Committee for Peace with Freedom, 68, 69, 70 Civil Disobedience, 66, 67, 68 to 69, 71, 74, 156. 402, see also Resistance Civil Rights Movement, 68, 135 Civil Society, Rousseau on, 77 Civil War, U.S., Post-War Power Concentrations. 166 Clerk, Wesley, 319, 320 Classical Liberalism, 8 Clifford, Clark, 267 Clinton, Bill. And Bosnia, 392 and former Yugoslavia, 301, 346 and Middle East, 369, 370, 372, 388 and NIFTA, 331 and NATO, 383 Clinton administration, African policies of, 316 aid to Turkey from, 306 and East Timor, 312, 313, 314 intentional ignorance of, 307, 308 and preemptive response, 344 and UN, 316 Clinton Doctrine, 301, 305, 314 Clio, Goddess of History, 144 to 45 Clymer, Adam, 217 to 18 Coffin, Frank M, 179 to 80. Index 495. Coffin, William Sloane, 63 N. Cognition, Evolution of, 360 Cognitive Meaning, 426 and 36 Cognitive Revolution, 287 to 88, 353, 354 Cohen, I. Bernard, 352 Cohen, Joshua, 258 Cohen, William, 301 to 2, 308 to 9, 316, 318, 319. 320 Colby, William, 125 Cold War. In Asia, 43, 45, 69, 70, 183 in Central Europe, 42 Communication locked in, 174 Containment in, 262 to 63 Domino Theory in, 43, 45, 69, 70, 142 to 43. 226 to 29, 231, 457 N36 and Greece, 207 to 9, 227 Issue of Communism in, 53 to 54, 135, 136. 183, 263 to 66 in Latin America, 261 to 62 Negotiations avoided in, 42 and Post-War International Order, 261 to 62. 377 Propaganda in, 48 to 49, 217, 263 to 67 Rollback Strategy in, 263 Rotten Apple Theory in, 227, 228, 231 Colombia, Civil Disobedience in, 402 Labor in, 410 Narco Trafficking in, 310 Refugees in, 310 U.S. Military Aid to, 305 to 6, 309 to 10, 315, 329, 330, 402 Commands, as Mans, 20 Committee for United Nations Integrity, 461 N5 Committee to re-elect the President. GREEP, 135 Communication, and brain, 348 to 49, 356 to 60 comparative, 357 evolution of, 348, 356 to 60 human, see language in other species, 358 to 59 Communist Party, and Haymarket Riots, 1886, 265 and May Day, 265 and McCarthyism, 266, 386 post-war attacks on, 135, 136, 263 to 66 Red Scare, 264, 265, 267 Composition, Grammatical, 26 Conceptual Intentional System, 278 Conditioning, Law of, 10 Operant, 12, 423 N7 Pavlovian, 12, 426 Sense 35. Sensory, 14 Skinner's use of term, 12 to 13 Congo, UN Peacekeepers in, 316 U.S. intervention in, 181 Congressional Research Service, 190 Connolly, John B., 137 Constitution, U.S., 135, 259, 327 Contact Mechanics, 236, 238, 239, 240, 241 Containment, Global Policy of, 260 to 63 Control, Aversive, 19 Uses of Term, 10 Cooper, Chester, 127, 128, 153 Core Demi, Gibraltar, 80 Costa Rica, and Israel, 215 as Model Democracy, 274 Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, War and Peace Studies Project, 169 to 74, 175, 224 to 25 Counterinsurgency, Official Policy of, 329 Countryman, Edward, 259 Cranston, Allen, 199 Creative Principle, 350 to 51 Creativity, and Brain, 350 to 51 and Choices, 244 to 45 and Language, 37, 83, 87 to 88, 234, 235 to 36, 351, 367 Greel Commission, 264 GREEP, Committee to Re-elect the President, 135 Critical Periods of Growth, 249 Crosset, Barbara, 270 to 71 Cuba, Bay of Pigs, 40, 44 in Cold War, 47, 227, 375 Guantanamo Prison Camp in, 385 Massive capital gifts to, 54 State Socialism in, 227 to 28 U.S. intervention in, 182, 343, 374, 375 and Venezuela, 407 to 8 Cuban Missile Crisis, 375 Curran, James, 259 to 60 Cushman, John H., 125 Cushman, Thomas, 306 Czechoslovakia, 105, 218, 400. Dalda, Ivo, 318 Darwin, Charles, 353, 356, 358, 359 Darwinian Evolution, 248 Davis, Paul, 354 Davis, Bob, 301 Diane, Moshe, 210, 218, 496. Index. Deacon, Terence, 360, 361 Declaration of Independence, 264, 412 Declaration of the South Summit, 302, 383 Decornoy, Jacques, 140 Definition, Uses of Term, 7, 22 Decor Demi, Secor Demi, Gerard de Gaulle, Charles, 45 Delina, Dave, 66, 67, 68 Dellums, Ronald, 114 Demjanjuk, John, 273 Democracy. Acceptable forms of 403 Capitalist, 257 to 59 Choice among commodities in 339 to 40 Crisis of 267, 454 N 19 Distasteful, 470 N1 Formation of Social Policy in 234, 259 as Free Mutual Agreements, 94, 97 Guarantee of Individual Rights in 87 Limitations of 101 as Open Society, 165 to 66 People's Control in 87, 102, 267, 391 Political Liberty in 40 Role of Labour in 258, 410 De Palma, Anthony, 335 Deprivation, Skinner's Use of Term, 18 to 19 Descartes, René, and Contact Mechanics, 236, 238, 239, 240 and Free Choice, 241 to 43, 351 and Language Production, Descartes. Problem, 234, 235 to 37, 241 to 43, 244, 249, 285, 299, 348, 351 Mechanical Theory of the Universe, 235 to 37, 238, 239, 240, 350, 353, 354 and Mind-Body Considerations, Dualism, 235 to 39, 246, 298, 348, 349, 351, 353 to 54 on Nature of Man, 80 to 83 on Rationalism, 8, 88 and Second Substance, Res Cogitans, 238, 239, 240, 241 Desert Storm, 345 Devlers, Philippe, 72 Dewey, John, 84, 376 Diderot, Dennis, 36 Diego Garcia, 345 Dinstbier, Curie, 323 Differential Reinforcement, 15, 16 Discourse on Inequality, Rousseau, 77 to 83, 96 Discrete Infinity, 255 to 56, 286 Discriminated Operant, Skinner's Use of Phrase, 4 Divine Intervention, 240 Domestic Security Enhancement Act, 2003, 385 Dominican Republic, U.S. Intervention in 43, 181, 230, 400. Domino Theory, 43, 45, 69, 142 to 43, 226 to 29, 231, 457, N36. Dower, John, 228 Draft Resistance, 74, 79 Drive Reduction, 13, 14 Zidman, Richard, 118 Dulles, John Foster, 210 Dumassiers, C. Ch. 35 to 36 Dunn, James, 188 Dynamic Clause, 6. East Pakistan, India's invasion of 382 East Timor. Crop destruction in 188, 191, 192 and Indonesia, 187 to 97, 216, 311 to 15, 321, 322 Media silence and slant on, 190 to 91, 193 to 94. 195 to 97 oil in, 313 political parties in, 188, 192 to 94 as Portuguese colony, 187, 188, 193, 313 refugees from, 168, 188, 189, 192, 194, 196. 269 self-determination sought by, 188, 195, 311. 312 on sovereignty, 313, 314 and UN, 189 to 90, 196, 312, 313 and US military aid, 190 to 97 Ban, ABBA, 205 echoic operant, use of term, 23 to 24 echoic repertoire, 21, 24 Economic Commission for Latin American and the Caribbean, ECLAC, 334 Economic Policy Institute, 335, 336 Ecuador, 154, 409 Education, Self-Fulfillment via, 84 to 85 Egypt. British interests in, 61 and Cold War, 227 and Israel, 210, 222, 305 Live in affair in, 221, 222 US aid to, 200, 305 Leachman, John, 137 Eichmann, Karl Adolf, 273 Eisenhower, Dwight D., 41, 226 Eisenhower administration, and Arab hatred of US, 342 in Cold War, 42 Ellsberg, Daniel, 137 to 38 El Salvador, elections in, 276 and Israel, 204, 212, 214 newspapers in, 275 to 76 US policies in, 215, 228, 275, 330 emergence thesis, 348, 349 to 56 emotive meaning, 426 and 36. Index 497. Empirical thesis, 350, 351, 352 Engels, Friedrich, 95 England, see Britain Enlightenment, 8, 84, 96, 97 Environmentalism, 251 to 53 Epstein, Samuel, 293 Eritrea, 197 Ethiopia, and Eritrea, 197 and Israel, 210 and Italy, 400 Warren, 39, 262 Ethological approach to language, 362 European Union, EU, and China, 407 and Iran, 404 Evolution, 248, 254, 255, 349, 356 to 62, 367 Experience, boundary conditions set by, 289 Expert, cult of, 51, 53, 165 Exxon Mobil, 405. Factual thesis, 350 Fard Plan, 1981, 370 Falk, Richard, 108, 374 Falklands War, 215 Fall, Bernard. On UN Charter, Article 24, 131 on Vietnam, 72, 109, 111, 113, 116, 128, 152, 159, 394 Farrer, Thomas J., 108 Farrell, William, 217 Fascism, State Worship of, 206 FBI. Activities during Vietnam War, 268 Establishment of, 264 to 65 and September 11th attacks, 342 Feedback, 17 Ferber, Michael, 63 N. Fernandez, Father Francisco Maria, 464 N. 22 Fibonacci series, 359 Fifth Freedom, 225, 227, 230, 231 Fifth World, 216 Fisher, Adolf, 97 Flaypan, Seymour, 201 Fleischer, Ara, 390, 391 to 92 Food for Peace, 471 and 21 Ford, Gerald R, 151, 155, 184, 188 Ford Administration, and East Timor, 460 and 3 Foreign Affairs, 186, 226, 300 to 301 Foreign Aid Bill, 2000, 305 Foreign Policy, 160 to 86 in Africa, 183, 211, 315 to 16 Centralization of Power in, 176 Concern for Democracy in, 164 and Conspiracy Theory, 167 to 68. Corporate Influence on, 166, 168, 176 to 77, 179, 181. Crimes of the State versus Crimes of Official Enemies, 168 to 69. And Domestic Social Structure, 160, 168, 178 Empirical Inquiry into, 167, 168, 175 to 78 Executive Decision Making, 176 Grand Area Planning, see Grand Area and Intelligentsia, 160, 162 to 65, 174 to 78. 183 to 86 in Latin America, see Latin America and Militarized State Sector, 165 and National Purpose, 165 to 66, 178 and Oil, see Oil Post-World War II, 169 to 74, 176 and Propaganda, 161 to 62. 163, 165, 178 to 79. 183 and State Censorship, 178 to 79 in underdeveloped countries, 172 to 73, 183. 186 in Vietnam, see Vietnam, Vietnam War Wilsonian Principles of 182 to 83, 301, 397, 398, 400, 402 Forters, Abe, 223 Fourier, Charles, 87 France, and Algeria, 399 Council Communism in, 102, 227 and East Timor, 312 on Empire, 74, 112, 147 and Indochina, 226, 231, 443 N42 and Middle East Oil, 225 Reign of Terror, 80, 99 to 100 and Saudi Arabia, 171 Second Empire of, 104 and Suez, 209 Support in American Revolution, 131 and UN vetoes, 389 France, Anatole, 77 Frank, Thomas Sam, 129 to 31 Franco, Francisco, 102 Frankl, Max, 57 Frederica, Queen, Greece, 207 Freedom, Consciousness of, 81 Contradiction of Necessity and, 88 and Language, 81 to 82, 84, 87 to 89, 90 to 91 Maturity of, 96 and Philosophy, 76 Problems of, 77 and Property, 77, 79 Rousseau on, 77 to 82 of the spirit, 76 of thought, 81, 84 value of, 79 to 80. 498. Index. Freedom of Information Act, 166 Free Trade Agreements, 330, 331 to 32, 335 to 38. 339, 407 Free Trade Area of the Americas, FTA. 335, 337, 339 French Revolution, 80, 96, 97, 99 to 100, 103 to 4 Free Thailand Party, East Timor, 188, 192 to 94 Friedman, Thomas, 213 Fromkin, David, 320 Fukuyama, Francis, 387 Fulbright, J. William, 46 Fund for Peace, 272. G77, 302 Galileo Galilei, 237, 286, 350, 367 Gallistel, C. R. 349, 362 to 64 Galusai, Robert, 175 Garcia, Lucas, 467 N44 Gats, General Agreement on Trade in Services, 335, 339 Gelb, Leslie, 216 to 17, 457 to 58 1036 Generalization, 30, 428 1046 Geneva Accords, 65, 110, 127, 128, 147. 371 to 72, 385, 388, 458 1036 Germany. Council Communism in, 102 Good Germans, 64 Munich Analogy, 58, 400 Nazi, 48, 58, 152, 159, 330, 372, 400, 411 Post-World War I, 101 Rearmament of, 42, 169 Unification of, 42 and World War II, 170, 404 Gestalt Psychology, 238 Gianu, Chris, 220 Gilboa, Amos, 302 Glennon, Michael, 374 to 75 Globalization, before World War I, 331 and Free Trade Agreements, 330, 331 to 32, 335 to 38, 339, 407 International Economic Integration, 331 and Job Insecurity, 337 and Liberalization of Capital, 334 to 35 and Likelihood of War, 332 to 34 Masters of the Universe and 327 and Militarism of Space, 332 to 34 and National Security Exemptions, 333 Neoliberal, 337 Public Opposition to, 326 to 27, 330 to 31, 383. 410 Short-term speculative capital in, 331 and Stability, 332 True Program of, 327. And U.S. Commercial Interests, 333 to 34, 377. And Wealth Gap, 331, 332, 334, 338, 339, 340. Goering, Herman, 118 Goldberg, Arthur, 49 Goldman, Francisco, 276 Gonzalez, Hawke Napoleon, 276 Goodman, Mitchell, 63 N. Goodwin, Richard, 125 Governments. Anarchist Dismantling of, 93, 95, 101 arbitrary power of 77 to 78, 93 political legitimacy of 108 to 9 repressive, 89, 93 Grabner, Norman, 182 to 83 grammar, and cognitive revolution, 287 to 88 and competence, 34 construction of 28 to 29, 232 functional categories of 281 generative, 31, 33 to 38, 75, 88, 89 to 90, 279. 280 to 81, 282, 283, 287, 289, 295 to 96, 298 to 99 inadequacies of 37, limitations of 35 particular, 35 to 36, 349 rules of 17, 28, 31, 37, 75, 87 to 88, 295 to 96 scientific, 238 structuralist, 35 substantive categories of 281 to 82 systems of 27 to 29 transformational rules of 295 to 96 typologically varied constructions, 283 universal, 35 to 36, 75 to 76, 232 to 33, 238, 279, 280 to 81, 282, 283, 349 grand area, in Asia, 174, 228 CFR planning for, 169 to 74, 175, 224 to 25 erosion of, 227 instilling U.S. moral principles in an ungrateful world, 186, 262 to 63 military force for preservation of, 181, 184, 186, 263 other nations competing in, 170, 171 to 72 reconstitution of, 179 U.S. access to resources of, 170 to 72 and U.S. economy, 170 to 72, 225, 261 and world control, 225, 261 gravitational force, 239 Great Britain, see Britain Great Depression, 7, 265, 267 Greece, British and U.S. interventions in, 130, 132, 207 to 9, 224. Index 499. Cold War in, 207 to 9, 227 Guerrilla warfare in, 42 Truman Doctrine in, 207 to 8, 227 U.S. corporations in, 208 Greenspan, Allen, 337 Greenway, David, 272 Grenada, U.S. invasion of, 230 to 31, 268, 374. 380 Gribbin, John, 354 Griffiths, Philip Jones, 121 Guantanamo Prison Camp, 385 Guatemala. Agrarian Reform in, 317 Invasion of, 1954, 41, 129, 133, 182 and Israel, 204, 214, 215, 216, 467, N44 and U.S. Foreign Policy, 162, 164, 215, 228. 317 to 18 Grin, Daniel. Anarchism, 92, 97, 103 on Spanish Revolution, 101 to 2 Gulf War, 1991, 303, 345 Get to Ayres, Father Apolinario, 464 N 22 Guertzmann, Bernard, 269. Haritz, 201 Hada, Leon, 213 N Hague Convention, 1907, 106 Haile Selassie, 211 Haynes, Gerald, 332 Haiti, 230, 400, 411 to 12 Hamilton, Lee, 271 Hanoi, C. North Vietnam Harkin, Tom, 194 Harris, Zelig, 8 Harrison, Selig, 394, 404, 405 Hauser, Mark, 348, 356 to 60 Havel, Vaclav, 300, 308 Haymarket Riots, 1886, 265 Heidegger, Martin, 40 Heisenberg, Werner, 352 Henderson, Oran, 113 to 14 Hermann, E. S. 455 and 22 Herzog, Heim, 370 Hesitation Pauses, 428 10 45 Hezbollah, 392 Helgard, E. R. 13 Hilsman, Roger, 148 Himmler, Heinrich, 152, 215 Hiro, Dilip, 388 Hiroshima, 39 Hitler, Adolf, 152, 400, 404 Hokkaimen, 147, 225 Holocaust, 39, 152 Holst, Willem, 58 to 59 Honduras, 214, 215, 216. Hook, Sydney, 161 Hoops, Townsend, 120 Huff, Jerry, 268 to 69 Howard, Michael, 343 Howe, Irving, 205, 219 Huang, James, 283 Hardy, 1, 299 Hughes, Stewart, 50 Hull, Cordell, 61, 456 and 24 Human Rights, 246 Human Rights Watch, 335 to 36 Humans. Creative Choices of 244 to 45 Critical Periods of Growth, 249 and Environmentalism, 251 to 53 Limitations of, 242 to 43 Mental Development of, 244, 247, 249 Moral Judgment of, 245 to 46 Number Faculty of, 254 to 56 As Part of Natural World, 242 to 43 Physical Growth of, 243 to 44 Visual Faculty of, 249 to 50 Humboldt, Wilhelm von, 8 on Bildung, Development of Human Potential, 83 to 88, 98 on Human Nature, 83 to 84, 87, 246 on Language Generation, Illusion, 38, 87 to 88, 89 to 90 Language makes infinite use of finite means, 31, 37, 90, 279, 288 Limits of State Action, 96 to 98 on Private Power, 85 to 86 on the Role of the State, 85, 87 Hume, David, 286, 298, 350, 351, 367 Humphrey, Hubert H., 471 and 21 Hungary, 111, 400 to 401 Huntington, Samuel, 304, 393, 443 and 36 Hosseini, Haytham, 220 Hussein, Saddam, 311 G.W. Bush compared with 374, 396 Iran, 314, 388, 400 and Kuwait, 400 and Osirak nuclear reactor, 384, 404 and September 11th attacks, 378 and UN, 388, 391 and US propaganda, 378, 379 to 80, 384, 388, 396 and War on Terror, 379 to 80, 389 to 91, 396, 397 Haitan Fat, 149. Ibn Saud, 171 Idealism, 8 Idealization, 282. 500. Index. Ideology, end of, 52 Marxist analysis of, 52 Use of term, 52. Ignorance, 300 to 324 and African Wars, 315 to 16 and Columbia Made, 309 to 10, 315 and East Timor Genocide, 311 to 14, 315, 322 and Latin America, 317 to 18 of Moral Truisms, 304 to 5, 307, 315, 316, 320, 321 to 22, 402 NATO bombing, 300 to 309, 311, 314, 315 to 17, 318 to 24 New Era in, 305, 314, 315, 316, 320 to 21 and Turkey's ethnic cleansing, 305 to 8, 309 to 10, 315 in U.S. Imperial Grand Strategy, 397 to 402. Ikenbury, John, 373 IMF, International Monetary Fund, 408. 409 Imitation. Learning by, 15, 16 to 17, 23 Mimicry versus, 16 and Reinforcement, 427 N40 Imperial Grand Strategy, see National Security. Strategy Imprinting, 14 India. And Asian Energy Security Grid, 405 to 7 British Conquest of, 399 and China, 406 Economic Development in, 47 to 48, 59 to 60. 228 Invasion of East Pakistan, 382 Nuclear weapons of, 303 Indochina, French War in, 226, 231, 443 N42 Guerrilla Warfare in, 41 to 42 and Rotten Apple Theory, 228 U.S. Intervention in, 181, 229, 380, 449 N1. 458 1036 See also Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, War Indonesia. And East Timor, 187 to 97, 216, 311 to 15, 321, 322. Human Rights Record of, 190 and Israel, 216 Military coup in, 229, 317 as U.S. client, 190 to 91, 194 to 95, 196, 312, 313. 460 N3 Industrial Revolution, 54, 88, 96 Input-Output Relations, Study of, 2 Inquisitiveness, Natural, 16 Intelligibility, 350, 351, 352. International Bank Reconstruction and Development, 60. International Conference on Alternative Perspectives in Vietnam, 1965, 51. International Control Commission, 446 N85 International Court of Justice, 265, 382 International Criminal Court, 412 International Days of Protest, 1965, 65 International Law. Coerced acquiescence in, 392 and Crimes Against Peace, 107, 126 to 33, 142. 374 Disregarded by the enemy, 110, 111, 112 and Geneva Conventions, 110 and Great Power Intervention, 105 to 33. 374 to 76 as hot air, 374 to 76, 384 inconsistent application of, 153, 376 and justice, 105 to 11 and Mayagas incident, 155 and military necessity, 107, 121 to 26 new norms of, 377 to 84 and Nuremberg Tribunal, 105, 106 to 7, 108, 109, 111, 126, 133 as ratification of imperialist practice, 112. 374 to 75 and U.S. Imperial Grand Strategy, 386 to 93 validity of, 106, 111 and war crimes in Vietnam, 113 to 21, 159 and wars of aggression, 107 to 8 as without moral force, 109, 111 to 12 International Monetary Fund, IMF, 408, 409 International Red Cross, and East Timor, 188, 189, 192 and Guantanamo Prison Camp, 385 to 86 and Israel, 217, 221 International Republican Institute, 411 to 12 International Rescue Committee, 463 N14 IQ, 252 Iran, and China, 405 CIA-backed Queen, 171, 172 to 73, 182, 209 Cold War in, 227 and Iraq, 314, 400 and Israel, 210, 211, 319, 404 nuclear capability of, 394, 404 oil in, 42 to 43, 171, 172, 209, 211, 405 and preventive war, 381, 394 and regional security, 407 U.S. attacks on, 268 to 69 U.S. security issues in, 404 to 6 Iraq, as experiment, 381, 404 to 5 and Iran, 314, 400 Kurds attacked in, 307 to 8. Index 501. Kuwait invaded by, 378, 384, 400 labor movement in, 410 military action against, 9, 302, 314, 371, 374, 375, 377 to 82, 383, 388 to 91, 394, 397 Osirak nuclear reactor in, 384, 404 and preventive war, 344 and public opinion, 394, 395 to 96 and September 11th attacks, 342, 379 and WEF meeting, Davos, 395 to 96 and WMD, 375, 378, 380, 390 Islam, 342 Israel, and Africa, 210, 211, 213 to 14 Arab-Israeli conflict S, 200, 210 to 11, 370 and Asia, 216 censorship in, 201, 206 and crimes against humanity, 383 to 84 David and Goliath legend of, 218, 219 Dimona nuclear reactor, 384, 405 and Fifth World weapons development. 216 foreign aid to, 198 to 99, 206 invasion of Lebanon, 198, 199 to 200, 212 to 13, 217 to 18, 219, 221, 303, 308 and Iran, 210, 211, 319, 404 Kibbutzimov, 87, 438 1013, 467 N44 and Latin America, 204, 211, 212, 213, 214 to 16 media coverage of, 199, 200, 201 to 2, 216, 217 to 18, 222 and Middle East oil, 207 to 10, 211 occupied territories, 201, 205, 206, 210, 219, 369 and Palestine, 198, 201, 204, 319, 342, 345, 368 to 72, 411 and PLO, 198, 204, 206, 219 to 20 radical nationalism in, 210 to 13 and right to exist, 370, 411 subsidiary services of, 213 to 17 and Suez, 209 terrorist attacks on U.S. facilities by, 221 to 22 and UN, 198, 217, 308, 369 to 72, 388 U.S. aid to, 305 and U.S. Israeli lobby, 201, 202 to 6, 212, 214, 217 to 22 U.S. special relationship with, 198 to 222 U.S. strategic interests in, 206 to 7 and Zionists, 200N, 203 Italy, and Cold War, 227 and North Africa, 400, 404 post-World War I, 101. Jackson, Robert H., 106 Jagger, R. J. De, 48. Japan, and China, 61, 69, 118, 330, 400, 404 competition from, 267 economic growth in, 228 to 29, 267 an empire, 74, 112 energy resources in, 171 and grand area, 174, 228 and Middle East, 209 New Order as goal of, 400 and Pacific War, 61 and Pearl Harbor, 374 as stabilizing power, 61. Jefferson, Thomas, 401 Jennings, Francis, 272 Jervis, Robert, 393 Jesperson, Otto, 279, 282 Johnson, Chalmers, 304 Johnson, Lyndon B. and Latin America, 328 and Vietnam War, 41, 47, 72, 115, 119, 127, 226 to 27 Johnstown Steel Strike, 1937, 265 Jordan and Palestine, 211, 369, 411 Judah, Tim, 307. Again, Robert, 399 to 400 Khan, Herman, on thermonuclear war. 50 Cal 007, 269 Kalish, Donald, 66 Colmer, Polish Drawler, 154, 155 Cam, Henry, 194 Candle, Eric, 355 to 56 Kant, Emmanuel, 80, 84, 96, 238 Kapliuk, Anon, 272 to 73 Carney, Yov, 211 N. Khan O. Stanley, 195 Kendall, Walter, 102 Kennan, George, 182, 183, 224, 225, 226, 274. 401 Kennedy, Edward Ted, 155, 184 Kennedy, John F., 264 Kennedy administration. And Bay of Pigs, 40, 44 counterinsurgency activities of 215 intellectuals in 40 to 42, 44, 215 N Latin American policies of 215 N, 328, 329. 343 New Frontier of 41, 44 and Vietnam War, 41 to 42, 117 to 18, 119, 133. 147, 261, 394, 395, 401 Kenny, David, 460 N3 Keynesian economic policies, 273 Kaduri, Imad, 384 Khan, General, 148 to 49, 450 N7. 502. Index. Khmer Rouge, 155, 263, 271, 382, 451 N12, 455 N22. Khomeini, Ayatollah Ruhollah, 209 Kimk, John, 205 N. Kimmeling, Baruch, 368, 369 Kirchner, Nestor, 408 Kirk, Donald, 445 N60 Kissinger, Henry A. On the Age of the Expert, 164 on Democracy, 258 and East Timor, 188 on Foreign Policy and Private Power, 454 and 19 on International Order, 261 and Latin America, 227, 317 to 18 and Mayagas Incident, 154, 155, 156, 184 and Middle East Oil, 209 Real Politikov, 182, 226 on Statesmanship, 453 to 54 N16 on Use of Force, 157, 182, 229 and Vietnam War, 43 to 44, 133, 136 to 37, 140. 149, 151, 162 to 63, 184 Clare, Michael, 212 Kleindienst, Richard, 137 Kolko, Gabriel, 178 Comer, Robert W., 124 to 25 Korea. Demilitarized Zone, DMZ, in 184 to 86, 394 economic growth of 267, nuclear capability of 304, 394 USAF report on 1953, 185 to 86 US intervention in 1945, 126, 181 and U.S. national interest, 228 Korean War, 264 Kosovo, Albanian population in, 314, 320 ethnic cleansing in, 302, 305, 318, 320 media attention to, 311 NATO bombing of, 301 to 3, 306, 311 to 12, 313, 314, 316, 318 to 19, 321, 381 to 82 Operation Horseshoe in, 318, 319, 320 as President, 311 to 12, 315, 321 refugees from, 301, 321 and Serbia, 314, 319 Kosovo Liberation Army, 320 Kosovo Verification Mission, KVM, 318, 320 Koya, Alexander, 351 Graft, Joseph, 162 to 63 Gristle, Irving, 46 to 47, 48 to 49, 52 Kupperman, Allen, 321 Kuwait, 378, 384, 396, 400 Kyoto Protocols, 412. Labour and Effort, 410 and Anarchism, 97 to 98, 101. In Capitalist Democracy, 258, 410 as Commodity, 53, 86 to 87 and Exploitation, 85 to 87 Free circulation of, 331 Freely undertaken, 98 to 99 and Job insecurity, 337 and Media, 259 to 60 and Post-war Anti-Communism, 264 to 66. 410 and Propaganda, 266 Reduced share of income for, 337 and Socialism, 266 and Solidarity, 9, 100, 265 Specialization of, 98 Strikes, 265 Workers' Control Movement, 101, 102. 246 and Workplace Stress, 337 Lecture, Jean, 454 to 55 and 22 La Cronica, El Salvador, 275, 276 Lafebre, Walter, 400 La Follette Committee, 265 Landea, Carl, 178 Lang, Friedrich, 351 Languth, A. J. 195 Language, Abstract Case Theory, 283 Acquisition of, 13, 15 to 17, 21, 24, 27 to 30, 84, 90, 233 to 35, 243, 244, 247, 282, 286 to 87, 288 to 89, 290, 298, 363 to 64 and Analogy, 235 Articulatory Perceptual System, 278 Basic Properties of, 288 and Behaviorist Psychology, 1 to 4, 27 Biological Endowment of, 253 to 54 C Command in, 293 and Cognitive Revolution, 287 to 88 and Communication, 286, 357, 428 10, 43 Competence in, 34 Conceptual Intentional System, 278 Conceptual Naturalness in, 277 Creative Processes of, 37, 83, 87 to 88, 234, 235 to 36, 351, 367 Descartes' problem of, 234, 235 to 37, 241 to 43, 244, 249, 299, 348, 351 descriptive adequacy of, 279, 280, 283, 289 discrete infinity of, 255 to 56, 286 dislocation property of, 366 displacement property of, 294 to 97 elements of, 292 ethological approach to, 362 evolution of, 254, 359 to 62 explanatory adequacy of, 279, 280, 281, 283, 289. Index 503. External world related to 297. Figurative use of 36 and freedom 81 to 82, 84, 87 to 89, 90 to 91. Free expression of 279. Functional perspective of 362. General conditions satisfied by 277. Genetic aspects of 250 to 51, 286, 287. Grammar of 34. See also grammar and human brain 347 to 67 and human cognition 249, 250, 277 to 78. 281. Human possession of 83, 233, 243, 285, 298. 351, 365. Humboldt on 31, 37, 38, 87 to 88, 89 to 90, 279. 288. And ideas 82 to 83. I-language 282 to 83. Inflection as property of 294. Inner speech 358. Interface levels of 278 to 79, 295. Internalized 287, 349. Legibility conditions of 293 to 94, 295. Lexicon of 281, 292. Mechanisms of 357, 362. And mind-body considerations 235 to 41. 277. Minimalist program of 277 to 84. 291 to 93. As mirror of the mind 238. Ontogenesis of 357, 362. Origin of 82 to 83, 256. As output 286 to 87. Parameter setting in 233, 247. Perfectibility of 284. Performance of 33 to 34, 37, 278. Philosophy of 298. Phonology and phonetics of 283, 297. 364 to 65. Phylogenetic perspective of 349, 357. 362. Principles and parameters, P and P, model 279, 281 to 84, 290 to 91, 293. Production of 234, 235 to 37, 241 to 43, 244, 249, 285, 299, 351. Properties of 365 to 66. Redundant principles of 281. Semantic properties of 28, 297, 364. Study of 28, 75 to 76, 83, 90, 232, 248, 249. 285 to 99 and supervenience, 355 symbolic referencing, 361 to 62 and syntax, 31 to 32, 33, 279 syntax morphology divide in, 282 as system for expressing thought, 357 theory construction of, 248, 279, 289. Theory internal measure of simplicity, 283 to 84. Unification of, 295, 347 to 48 unlearnable, 243 uses of, 235, 297, 298 to 99, 351 variations in, 282, 283, 289, 293 language acquisition device, LAD, 363 language faculty, architecture of, 278 to 79, 280, 282, 284. 366 imperfections of, 366 initial state of, 287, 290, 349 interface levels of, 291 as language organ, 286, 363 Lansing, Robert, 402 Laos, Communists in, 130 to 31 military aggression in, 111, 118, 125, 139. 140, 168, 230, 231, 270, 273, 449 N1 plane of jazz in, 117, 270 Thai mercenaries in, 139, 140 Laotian model, 148 La Prensa, Nicaragua, 275 to 76 Lecre, Walter, 228 Lashley, K. S. 27, 28, 29 Latent learning, 13, 426 and 30 Latin America, Indian region, 381 and China, 407 Cold War in, 261 to 62 Communism in, 44. 227 Democracy in, 338 to 39 and Israel, 204, 211, 212, 213, 214 to 16 and Monroe Doctrine, 166, 223 to 24, 400 and NIFTA, 331 to 32, 336, 338 Operation Miracle in, 407 to 8 Radical Catholics of, 84 to 85 Regional Agreements in, 407 to 10 Rule of Law in, 43 Social Reform in, 258 USAID in, 180 and U.S. Foreign Policy, 161, 162, 166, 170. 180 to 82, 215, 216, 223 to 24, 225, 262, 265, 269, 275 to 76, 309, 317 to 18, 329, 343, 375 to 76, 379, 401, 404 U.S. interventions in, 132, 181 to 82, 230, 264, 268, 303, 328, 374, 380, 398, 400 and see also specific nations live in, Pinhas, 210 N, 221, 222 Law of Conditioning, 10 Law of Effect, 10 League of Nations, 402 Learning, Contribution of the Organism to 2 to 3 Drive Reduction in 13, 14. 504. Index. Learning, Cont, by experience, 17 General Theory of, 361 and Imitation, 15, 16 to 17, 23 Information Processing in, 16 Innate Dispositions toward, 362 to 67 Latent, 13, 426 and 30 Modular View of, 363 Motivation for, 14 By Observation, 15, 16 Reinforcement in, 15 Skinner's Use of Term, 10. Lebanon, Israeli Invasion of, 198, 199 to 200, 212 to 13, 217 to 18, 219, 221, 303, 308 and UN, 308 U.S. intervention in, 181. Leffler, Melvin, 224 Lelyfield, Joseph, 114 LeMay, Curtis, 65 to 66 Lemoyne, James, 276 Lend-Lease, 170, 171 to 72 Lenin, V. I, 101 Leninism, 96 Lenz, Sydney, 66 Lewis, Anthony, 151, 155, 330 Luton, Richard, 360 Liberation Theology, 328 Libertarian Socialism, 87, 95, 96, 97, 101. 102 to 4, 246 Libya, bombing of, 344 Lvin, Anatol, 379 Lifshitz, Lawrence, 167 Limits of State Action, Humboldt. 96 to 98 Lindum, Richard, 61 Lingott, Simon, 86 Linguistics. Creative Processes of, 37 Descriptive, 34 and Universal Grammar, 35 Linguistic Theory, 33 to 38 Lin Piao, 70 Lippmann, Walter, 46, 69, 72, 262 Locke, John, 353 Lodge, Henry Cabot, 148, 208. 441 N14 Logic, 242, 243 London Naval Treaty, 1930, 107 Lopez Fuentes, Mario, 214 Liquai, Hines, 319 to 20 Lowell, Robert, 66 Luck, Edward, 389 Lula da Silva, Luis Inacio, 408 Lustig, Ian, 200. MacArthur, Douglas, 171 MacDonald, Dwight, 39, 40, 62, 66 Macedonia, NATO troops in, 301 machines. Intelligent behavior of, 237, 350 Use of term, 285 McPhee, Lincoln, 208 Madrid Congress, 1931, 101 Magling, Charles, 215 Magical Mans, Skinner's Use of Phrase. 19 Mailer, Norman, 68 Mannlicher, Benny, 462 N14 Mandela, Nelson, 302, 303, 382 to 83 Mandelbaum, Michael, 398 Mans. Forms of, 20 Pseudo, 19 Skinner's Use of Term, 18 to 20 Mansfield, Mike, 65, 155 Mao Tse-tung, 70 Marcos, Imelda, 213 N Marine Snails, Learning in, 355 to 56 Markham, James, 194 Ma, David, 355 Maroquin Roges, Clementi, 133 Marshall Plan, 179 Marks, Carl, 95, 97, 98, 101 humans as products of history and society. 251 on Paris Commune, 1909 to 100, 103 to 4 theory of alienated labor, 246 on tragedy as farce, 399 Marxism, 100, 103, 226, 251, 265, 317, 325 mass media, constraints on, 258 corporate oligopoly in, 257 and cult of expertise, 165 democratic models of, 257 and East Timor, 190 to 91, 193 to 94, 195 to 97 foreign, U.S. intervention in, 275 to 76 and Israel, 199, 200, 201 to 2, 216, 217 to 18, 222 labor-oriented, 259 to 60 propaganda in, 144, 163, 193 to 94, 264, 265 to 66, 276, 337 and public relations industry, 264, 265 to 66 state-controlled, 257, 274, 275 to 76 stories concealed by, 231 stories ignored by, 185, 275 thought control in, 261 viciousness of, 44 and Vietnam War, 272 to 73 materialism, 351 to 52. Index 505. Maturation and performance, 16 Morm, Somerset, 357 Michaelis, Petros, 207 Mayagas incident, 154 to 56, 184, 186 Mayday, 265 McCain, John, 272, 301 McCarthy, Joseph, 136, 139 McCarthyism, 266, 386 MCC Guire, Michael, 304, 323 to 24 McCluskey, Paul, 118 McDermott, John, 72 McCree, Mary, 138 McKinley, William, 112, 126 McNamara, Robert S., 70, 119 McNaughton, John, 124 Meager, Robert, 58 to 59 Meaning. Cognitive versus emotive, 426 and 36 Skinner's use of term, 22 Mearsheimer, John, 303 Mechanical Theory of the Universe, 235 to 37, 238, 239, 240, 350, 351, 353, 354 Mechanism versus Mentalism, 429 to 30 N1 Media, C Mass Media, Specific Media Meir, Golder, 203 Mentalism, 429 to 30 N1 Mentalistic Description, 10 Merkser, 408 Mers, Charles, 262 Methodological Thesis, 350, 352, 356 to 62 Metternich, Clemens von, 229 Mexico. NFTA and 331 to 32, 336 to 37 US border with 331, 411 Middle East, Arab-Israeli conflict, 200, 210 to 11. 370 Arab nationalism in, 210 Desert Storm in, 345 Oil in, 42 to 43, 157 to 58, 171 to 72, 205, 207 to 10. 211 to 12, 224, 225, 404, 405 peace negotiations for 204 to 5, 220 to 21, 368, 370 U.S. Rapid Deployment Force in 211 and War on Terror 328 to 29, 345. See also specific nations: Mikoyan, Anastas Ivanovich, 47 mil, John Stewart, 96 on humanitarian intervention, 399 on liberty, 83 Miller, Judith, 309 Miller, Stephen, 393 Milosevic, Slobodan, 311, 318, 319, 322 Milson, Menachem, 201, 219 Mimicry versus Imitation, 16. Mind, Classical Theory of, 367 Empiricist Tradition of, 251 Modularity of, 250. Mind-Body Considerations, 235 to 41, 246, 277, 351, 353 to 54. Mind-Brain Considerations, 347 to 67 Missile Defense, 333 Mitchell Plan, 2001, 371 Mobbett says Seco, 211, 213 to 14 more, Charles, 57 Mung, Luis Alberto, 215 Monroe Doctrine, 45, 223 to 24, 229. Roosevelt Corollary 2, 166 Wilson Corollary 2, 224, 400 Mora, Thomas H., 222 Morales, Evo, 408 to 9 Moral Majority, 203 Morgenth, Hans, 60, 72, 166, 402 Morocco, 228, 388 Motivation, Novelty and Variety of Stimulus as 13 to 14 Reinforcement as 4 Mountcastle, Vernon, 348, 350 Moynihan, Daniel Patrick, 189 to 90 Muller, Robert, 342 Munich, Analogy of, 58, 400 Musharraf, Bevez, 408 Musky, Edmund, 134, 140 Mussolini, Benito, 400 Must, A. J. 74. Nifter, 330, 331 to 32, 335 to 38, 339, 407. Nagasaki, 39, 439 and 3 Nanking, Rapov, 61 Nasser, Gamalabdel, 210 Nation, 195 National Association of Manufacturers. NAM, 265 National Council of Churches, 204 National Guardian, 136 National Security Council. NSC 48 1, 225 to 26 NSC 68, 263, 264 NSC 5429 halves, 458 1036 National Security Strategy, 373 to 402 Concerns of Foreign Policy Elite, 393 to 97 Domestic Civil Liberties Disregarded in 385 to 86 as Experiment in Preventive War, 381 Intentional Ignorance in 397 to 402 New Norms of International Law in 377 to 84. 506. Index. National Security Strategy, Cont. Official Rhetoric of 373 Permanent Global Rule as Aim of 393 and UN 386 to 93 US Hegemony enforced in 374 to 77. Nation State 300 NATO Credibility of 301, 302, 304, 316, 318, 321, 346, 382 to 83. And Eastern Europe stability 302, 316, 317, 318, 321. 50th anniversary of 305, 306 Serbia bombed by 300 to 309, 311 to 12. 313, 314, 315 to 17, 318 to 24, 346, 381 to 83 in Turkey, 263 natural selection, 248, 254, 359 Nazis, atrocities of 39, 372 comparisons with 48, 58, 152, 159, 330, 400, 411 area 306, 321 Nelson, Bryce, 444 N46 Neoliberalism, 326, 333, 337, 338 to 39 Neoplatonists, 238 Neurophysiology, 349, 353 Neutralization of South Vietnam, 450 N7 Use of Term, 445 N71 New Deal, 266 New Era, 305, 314, 315, 316, 320 to 21 New Frontier, 41, 44 New Left, 53, 76, 219 New Republic, 155, 212 Newsweek, 193 Newton, Isaac, 239, 240, 241, 351, 353, 354, 355, 356, 367 New York Times, on Bolsheviks, 262 on East Timor, 191, 193 to 94, 195 to 96 and Israel, 212, 216, 217 to 18, 222 on Latin America, 161, 275 to 76 and McCarthy, 136 on Middle East oil, 173, 209 on Vietnam War, 46, 144 to 45, 151, 269 on Watergate, 135 Gold Indium, 119, 149 Glenbanth, 150 to 51 Nicaragua, elections in, 412 and Israel, 214, 216 and U.S. policy, 162, 215, 216, 228, 230, 261 to 62, 263, 265, 275 to 76, 343, 374, 375 to 76, 379, 403, 459 N46 Niebuhr, Reinhold, 162. Nice Wonder, William, 118 Nimitz, Chester W., 107 Nitz, Paul, 264 Nixon, Richard M. Enemies list of 8, 134, 139 and Foreign Policy, 182, 226, 317 to 18 and Impeachment, 138, 139 and Presidential Powers, 137 to 38 Real Politikov, 182, 226 and Vietnam War, 114, 115, 136 to 37, 139, 149, 184 and Watergate, 134 to 40 North Vietnam, collective self-defense against, 127 to 29 guerrilla warfare of, 41 to 42, 110, 132, 435 then 33 national interest of, 217 negotiations sought by, 42 U.S. bombing of, 47, 48, 64, 65, 68, 106, 109, 118, 450 N7, 451 N12. See also Vietnam War Rossiter, Bernard, 196, 217 number faculty, 254 to 56 Nuremberg Tribunal, and Crimes Against Humanity, 380 and Crimes Against Peace, 107, 126, 132, 374 and International Law, 105, 106 to 7, 108, 109, 111, 126, 133 as judgment of victors, 107 and military necessity, 107 secret files of, 107 to 8 silence of, on aerial bombardment, 109 to 11 and Vietnam War, 105, 109 to 10, 113, 126 to 27, 132 and war crimes, 105 to 13, 118, 119, 123, 215, 273, 380 and wars of aggression, 107 to 8, 129. Oberdorfer, Don, 120 obligatory rules, 28 observables, use of term, 2 observation, learning by, 15, 16 Ocampo, Jose Antonio, 334 occasion, Skinner's use of term, for Office of Technology Assessment, OTA. 330, 336 Official Secrets Act, 166 O'Hanlon, Michael, 318 Oil. Asian Energy Security Grid, 405 to 7 in East Timor, 313 in Iran, 42 to 43, 171, 172, 209, 211, 405 in Middle East, 42 to 43, 157 to 58, 171 to 72, 205, 207 to 10, 211 to 12, 224, 225, 404, 405. Index 507. Petroleum Policy of the United States, 1944, 171. Price of, 452 and 21 Red Line Agreement, 1928, 171 in Saudi Arabia, 171 to 72, 207, 404 U.S. Quest for Control of, 42 to 43, 157 to 58, 171 to 73, 179 to 80, 207 to 10, 211 to 12, 224, 225, 342, 345, 392, 400, 405, 407, 409 to 10 in Venezuela, 407, 408, 409 O'Neill, Thomas P. Tip, 155 on Liberty, Mill, 83 on thermonuclear war, Khan, 50 open door principle, 171 operant behavior, for operant conditioning, 12, 423 N7 operants, Autoclitics, 25 to 26 discriminated, 4 echoic, 23 to 24 intraverbal, 24 Skinner's use of term, 4, 8 verbal, 8, 18 to 23 Operation Desert Storm, 345 Operation Horseshoe, 318, 319, 320 Operation Junctioning City, 115 Operation Miracle, 407 to 8 Operation Speedy Express, 153 Optional Rules, 28 Orwell, George, 230 Osborne, John, 155 to 56 SOS, Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, 319 Oslo Peace Agreements, 368, 370 OTA, Office of Technology Assessment, 330, 336 Outer Space Treaty, 1967, 332 Owen, Roger, 381 Oz, Amos, 222. Pahlavi, Reza Shah, 171, 172, 209, 211 Pale, Mia, 203 Pakistan, 407, 408 Bal, Radabinod, 439 and 3 Palestine. Elections in 410 to 11 Hamas in 405, 411 and Israel 198, 201, 204, 319, 342, 345. 368 to 72, 411 and Jordan, 211, 369, 411 Rights of, 461 N5 and UN votes, 198 Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, 198, 204, 206, 217, 219 to 20, 369 to 70 Painini, 31. Panakoek, Anton, 100, 102 Parameter setting, 233, 247 Paris Agreements, 1973, 137, 150, 151. 163 Paris Commune, 96, 99 to 100, 103 to 4 Pastor, Robert, 403 Pat, Jidon, 211 N. Patterson, Robert P., 223 Paul, King of Greece, 207 Paul, William, 101, 102 Pauling, Linus, 352, 354 Pavlovian Conditioning, 12, 426 and 35 Paxson, Frederick, 264 Peace Movement, 71, 453 N9 Pearl Harbor, 374 Beck, Jim, 68 Pierce, Charles, 248 Belt, Mattiao, 201, 211, 217 Pelloutier, Fernand, 95 Pentagon Papers, 124, 137, 147, 149, 174. 175 to 76, 217, 440 N5, 450 N7 Percy, Charles, 199 Beres, Shimon, 370 Performance. Contribution of the organism to 2 to 3 in bone structure in 16 of language, 33 to 34, 37, 278 and maturation, 16 Pearl Meta, Nathan and Ruth, 203 to 4 Petroleum Policy of the United States. 1944, 171 Fanomi on Predi, 126 Philippines. Board people from 269 U.S. intervention in 126, 184, 230, 397. 400 phonemic systems, 21 phonetic representation, 297, 364-65 Phenology, 283, 297 Phylogenesis, 349, 357, 362 Pike, Douglas, 70, 110, 120, 148, 453 N9 Pinker, Stephen, 359 Pinto, Hawke, 275 Plato, 233 Podhoretz, Norman, 268 Poincare, Jules Henri, 354 Poland, Kalmar trawler incident, 154, 155 Polanyi, Karl, 86 Pol Pot, 271, 382, 455 and 22 Port Royal Grammar, 8, 286 Post, E. L. 38 Potsdam Agreements, 42 Powell, Colin, 371, 377, 389, 391, 392, 395-96 Prayer, as manned, 20. 508. Index. Presidency, U.S., as beyond the reach of the law, 137, 138. Centralization of power in, 138, 176, 386. An impeachment, 138, 139. Pressburg, Gale, 220. Priestley, Joseph, 239, 350. Principles and Parameters, P&P, Model of Language, 279, 281-84, 290-91, 293. Prince, Charles, 270. Probability, Skinner's use of term, 8, 9. Problem solving, mental faculty 4, 248. Property. Abolishing, 94, 99. Anarchism versus, 94, 97, 99. Right of, 99. Skinner's use of term, 22. Proudhon, Pierre Joseph, 98. Pretty, Fletcher, 440 N13, 447-48 N97. Public opinion, a second superpower, 394-97. Putin, Vladimir, 392. Quantum physics, 354 questions, as Mans, 20. Kazan, Manuel, 446 N78. Rabin, Yitzhak, 202-3, 211 N. Racism, 252. Radical critique, 457 N36. Rahman, Hassan, 220. Raf, Philip, 160. Randall, Jonathan, 306. Rankin, Carl, 208. Rationalism, 8, 88. Rats, Limitations of, 241-42. Ray, Dennis M., 176-77. Reagan, Ronald. On Evil Empire, 264, 273-74. On Law Day, 265. Reagan Administration, Contempt for International Law in, 376. And the Economy, 273, 338. And Israel, 199, 214. And Latin America, 215, 216, 265, 275, 276, 328, 343, 374, 375-76, 379, 380, 395, 409. And Middle East, 328-29, 344. And Vietnam War costs, 269. And War on Terror, 328-29, 345, 395. Red Line Agreement, 1928, 171. Red Scare, 264, 265, 267 reinforcement, automatic self-reinforcement, 11 to 12 contingencies of, 13 differential, 15, 16. Drive reduction in, 13, 14 and imitation, 427, N40 importance of, 3 and intention, 20 intermittent, 5 in language acquisition, 16 strength in, 12 theories of, 15 uses of term, 5, 10 to 13, 17, 19 reinforcer, primary, 4 secondary, 4 Skinner's use of term, 4 reinforcing event, Skinner's use of term, 4 reinforcing stimulus, Skinner's use of term. 10 religious fundamentalism, and Israel, 202. 203 requests, as man's, 20 resistance, 63 to 74, 218. A civil disobedience, 66, 67, 68 to 69, 71, 74, 156, 402. Forms of, 71, 74 International Days of Protest, 1965, 65 as moral responsibility, 74, 402 to official government statements, 65 to 66, 68, 69 to 70, 71 to 72 peace demonstrations, 1967, 63 N, 64 to 65, 66 to 68 purposes of, 70 to 74, 88 transition from dissent to, 63, 68 to 69 transition to violence, 67 to 68, 80 widening circle of, 64, 103 respondents, Skinner's use of term, 4 response, autoclitic, 25 to 26 frequency of, 8 to 9 and stimulus, 7 uses of term, 5, 6, 7 to 10, 17 response differentiation, Skinner's use of phrase, 4 response strength, Skinner's use of phrase, 8 to 10 responsibility of intellectuals, 39 to 62. In academic circles, 49 to 50 in Asia, 44 to 45, 55 to 56, 61, 158 to 59 in Cold War, 41 to 42, 43, 44 to 45, 61 in creation and analysis of ideology, 52 to 53, 178, 183, 273 in democracy building, 54 to 55, 58 to 60 and expert knowledge in world affairs, 46 to 47, 51 to 52, 53, 55 to expose lies, 40 to 41 in foreign policy, 160, 162 to 65, 174 to 78, 183 to 86. Index 509. Iran and 42 to 43 Israel and 220 to 22 in Kennedy administration, 40 to 42, 44. 215 N mass media versus 44 policy-oriented versus value-oriented. 163 to 65 in protest movements, 46, 49, 51 to speak the truth, 40 on subordination to power, 402 to uncover propaganda, 177 to 79 in underdeveloped world, 43, 44, 47, 54 and use of force, 158, 186 U.S. expansionism and 45 to 46, 47, 142 and U.S. will to power, 45 to 47, 48, 55, 59 to 60, 74 Vietnam War and 40 to 44, 45 to 52, 61 to 62, 74, 142, 153 to 54, 159, 162 to 63, 174 to 76 in wealth gap, 53 to write history, 253 Reston, James, 134, 150 to 51, Revolution and Anarchism, 94 to 96, 100 to 102, and Censorship, 178 to 79, Contagion of 229, Democratic Elements in 54 to 55, and Freedom, 76, in Industrial Society, 101, and Inequality, 77, 80, Nationalist, 55 to 56, 64, Normative, 381 to 82, People-less Wars, 110, 262 to 63, Rousseau on 77 to 82, Social, 100 to 101, Spontaneous Action of 101 in Third World, 76, 85, Uses of Term, 76, Wars of National Liberation, 131, see also Specific Nations, Rhodesia, 211, Rice, Condoleezza, 378, 391, Rice, Monsignor, 66, Ridenher, Ronald L., 114, Rigidity Principle, 249 to 50, Rios Montt, Jose F. Rain, 214, Roberts, Chambers, 41, Robertson, Walter, 49, Robinson, Donald, 133, Rocker, Rudolph, 92 to 94, 97, Rogers, Joel, 258, Romanticism, 246, Romero, Archbishop Oscar, 276, Roosevelt, Franklin D., 171, 374, 400, Roosevelt, Theodore, 166, Roosevelt Administration, 171 to 72. Roosevelt Corollary to Monroe Doctrine, 166. Rosenberg, Arthur, 103, Rosenberg, Ethel and Julius, 136, Rostow, Eugene, 69, Rostow, Walt. On Development of Third World, 54, on Guerrilla Warfare, 42, on Iran, 42 to 43, on U.S. Asian Policies, 44 to 45, 60, on Vietnam War, 41 to 42, 74, 119, Rotten Apple Theory, 227, 228 to 29, 230. 231, Rousseau, Jean-Jacques, 96. Discourse on Inequality, 77 to 83, 96, Libertarian Ideas of 238 to 39, 246, On the Nature of Man, 78 to 79, 81 to 82, 84. 87, On Origin of Language, 82 to 83, On Rational Social Order, 81, On Reason, 78, On Self-Perfection, 81 to 82, 84, Rove, Carl, 380, Rowe, David N., 48, Trusk, Dean, 57, 69, 70, 74, 119, Russell, Bertrand, 21, 354, Russia, Bolsheviks in 95 to 96, 262, 264, and Central Europe, 42, and Chechnya, 307, 315, 329, 344, 392, and Empire, 112, Guerrilla Warfare supported by 42, and NATO, 313, Purges in 39, Red Bureaucracy of 95, and War on Terror, 344, and World War II, 170, 313, see also Soviet Union Russian Revolution, 95 to 96. Sadat, Anwar, 342, Sadr, Muqtada al, 405, Safran, Nadaf, 199, Said, Edward, 220, 323, Saigon, see South Vietnam Salted Net Phenomenon, 426, and 34, Santillan, Diego Abada, 94 to 95, 101, Saragossa Congress, 1936, 101, Saudi Arabia. British interest in 171 to 72, and China, 405, Fard Plan of 370 French interest in, 171 and Iraq, 379, 404 and Japan, 209 n. 510. Index. Saudi Arabia, Cont, oil in, 171 to 72, 207, 404 U.S. influence in, 170, 171 to 72. South, Ferdinand, 37 Southrian arbitrariness, 283 Scarping, Rudolph, 320 schedules of reinforcement, Firster and Skinner, 5 Schelling, Thomas, 43, 56, 76, 77, 88 Sif, Zev, 303 Schlesinger, Arthur. On Bay of Pigs, 40, 44 on human rights, 165 on U.S. invasion of Iraq, 374 on Vietnam War, 41, 43, 146, 161 Schwab, Klaus, 395 Science forming capacity, 247 to 49 Sciences, unification of, 350, 352, 354 to 55 Scientific beliefs versus ideological commitments. 253 Scientific revolution, 353 Scowcroft, Brent, 460 and 2 Secondary reinforcer, Skinner's use of phrase, 4 second substance, 238, 239, 240, 241 Selective service, 71 Self-fulfillment, 84 to 85, 96 Self-perfection, Faculty of, 81 to 82, 83 to 84, 89 Self-reinforcement, Automatic, 11 to 12 Sentence structure and rules of grammar, 37 Skinner's view of, 26 September 11th attacks, and anthrax attacks, 341, 342 and civil rights of U.S. citizens, 385 to 86 innocent victims of, 341 longer-term consequences of, 344 to 46 proper reactions to, 343 to 44 questions arising from, 341 reasons for, 342 to 43, 397 responsibility for, 342 and U.S. militarism, 374, 377 and war on terror, 329, 345, 379 and window of opportunity, 325 to 26 Serbia, ethnic cleansing in, 318 and Kosovo, 314, 319 NATO bombing of, 300 to 309, 311, 313, 314, 315 to 17, 318 to 24, 346, 382 to 83 set, and attention, 5 sexism, 245 to 46, 252 Shah of Iran, C. Pahlavi, Reza Shah Shahak, Israel, 220 Shamir, Yitzhak, 213 to 14 Shannon, William v. 161. Chaplin, Robert, 119 Sheret, Moshe, 466 N38 Sharon, Ariel, 201, 214, 216, 217, 221, 370 Shawcross, William, 311 Chase's Rebellion, 1786, 259 Sheehan, Neil, 115 Shelton, Henry, 302, 316, 318 Shipman, Barbara, 356 Schultz, George, 329 Sierra Leone, 316 Sign Stimuli, responses to, 16 Similarity, 428 10 46 Simonovsky, Elsie, 7 Skinner, B. F. Behavior of organisms, 4 to 5, 6, 10 experimental limitations of 422 and 4 extrapolation by 8 inconsistency of results, 5 to 6 inconsistent use of terms by 6 to 10 latitude of interpretation by 9 to 10, 26 to 30 on law of conditioning, 10 on learning, 10, 15 verbal behavior, 1 to 30 slavery, 245, 246 Smith, Adam, 247, 327, 331, 387 Smith, Gaddis, 178 Smith, Richard, 222 and Socialism and Anarchism, 97, 100, 103 Council Communism in 101 Engels's vision of 95 and Labour, 266 Libertarian, 87, 95, 96, 97, 101, 102 to 4. 246 Revolutionary, 100 to 101 Rocker's vision of 93 to 94, 97 State, 102 Socialist Labour Party, 101 Socialist Workers' Party, 135 Social Order and Anarchism, 92 to 104 Vision of 88 to 89, 90 to 91, 93 Sophia, Abraham, 376, 377 Solzhenitsyn, Alexander, 303, 305 Somozadibale, Anastasio, 204, 214, 215, 216, 230, 403, 459 N 46 Sauchi, Augustine, 102 Soul. Immortality of 238 in a life of 84 South Africa, aid to 211 Apartheid heroin, 368, 371 and weapons development, 216 South America, see Latin America. Index 511. South Summit, 2000, 302, 383 South Vietnam. Diem regime in 119, 149, 152 free bombing zones in 47, 110 GVN in 110, 129 inability to compete, 57 National Liberation Front, NLF, in 56 to 57, 109, 110, 112, 121, 147, 449 N1, 450 N7 People's Revolutionary Party, PRP, in 450 N7 regime in 150 to 51 U.S. intervention in domestic affairs of 149 to 52, 163, 261, 441 N18, 453 N9 U.S. military action in 109 to 11, 112, 120, 122, 124 to 25, 149, 158, 159, 161, 272 to 73, 328, 401, 449 N1 as U.S. military base, 58 U.S. support of 42, 127 to 28, 268 see also Vietnam War Soviet Union, Afghanistan invaded by 167, 208, 261, 269, 270, 342, 452 N1 in Cold War, 42, 64, 174, 183, 207 to 9, 210, 224, 227, 262 to 63 collapse of 328 in Eastern Europe, 224, 317, 400 to 401, 404 as Evil Empire, 264, 273 to 74 and International Order, 261 to 62 Space, Militarization of, 332 to 34 Spanish-American War, 112 Spanish Civil War, 39 Spanish Revolution, 94, 101 to 2 Spear, Albert, 456 N 25 Spock, Benjamin, 63 N, 66, 67 Stability, Use of Term, 226 Stalin, Joseph, 41 to 42, 55, 95, 203, 208, 401 Stalinism, 204, 206 The State, Its Origins and Function, Paul, 101, 102 State and Revolution, Lenin, 101 Sterling, Claire, 228 Sternhell, Zev, 368 Stevenson, Atlai E, 58, 401, 434 N 29 Stiglitz, Joseph E, 334 Stilwell, Joseph, 70 Stimson, Henry L, 223, 224 Stimulation, Aversive, 19 Importance of, 3 Stimulus, Novelty and Variety in, 13 to 14 Reinforcing, 10 and Response, 7 Uses of Term, 5, 6 to 7, 10, 17. Stimulus Control, 6 to 7 Prior, 23 to 24 and Tacts, 21, 22. Stimulus Discrimination, Skinner's Use of Term, 4. Stimulus Generalization, 15 Stone, I. F. 128, 205 Straw, Jack, 391 Strength. In Reinforcement, 12 Skinner's Use of Term, 9, 10 Strout, Richard, 152 Student Movement, 103, 457 N36 Suez Invasion, 1956, 209 Suharto, 312, 460 N2 Summit of the Americas, 335, 339 Supervenience, 355 Symbolic Reference, 361 to 62 Symington, Stewart, 73, 140 Synonymy, Skinner's Use of Term. 22 to 23 Syntax, Theory of, 31 to 32, 33, 279 Syntax Morphology Divide, 282 Syria, 211, 319, 381. Tacts, Skinner's Use of Term, 20 to 23 Taiwan, 216 Taylor, Maxwell, 132, 148 to 49 Taylor, Telford, 115. On Aggressive War, 107 to 9, 129 and Applicability of Nuremberg Standards to Vietnam War, 105, 109 to 10, 113, 126 to 27, 132 on Accusation of Vietnam War, 122 to 24, 125, 126 to 27, 128 to 29 on Legitimacy of Vietnam War, 122 to 24, 127, 132 and Nuremberg Tribunal, 105, 106, 108 on Responsibility of the Intelligentsia, 119 and Silence of Nuremberg on Aerial Warfare, 109 to 10, 111 on War Crimes, 105, 106 to 13 Technology, Government Subsidy of, 266 Value Free, 55 Television, 250 Terrorism, 227 to 28, 329 to 30 Textual Behavior, 24 Thailand, Military Coup-in, 126 Theory Construction, 247 to 48, 279, 289 thinking substance, 238, 239, 240 third world, capital accumulation in, 54 democracy building in, 43, 55, 58, 87 ideologists of, 53 to 54, 512. Index. Third world, cont, nationalism in, 172, 174, 219 and non-aligned movement, 383 revolutionary guerrilla warfare in, 435 N 33 revolution in, 76, 85 technology in, 333 and UN, 196 US access to, 58, 59, 274 and US sincerity, 44, 47 US will imposed by force on, 58, 161, 226, 274 to 76. Thompson, Darcy, 367 Thorpe, Benjamin, 14 Thought Control, 261, 264 to 67 Thucydides, 377 Tibet, 307, 315 Tillman, Seth, 202, 203 Timorese Liberation Movement, 192 Tinbergen, Nicholas, 348, 356, 357, 362 Dockville, Alexis de, 99 Torch Einer, Jacques, 203 Totalitarianism, 98, 178 Trade. Costs and benefits of, 338 Tariff protection of, 338 TRB, Richard Strout, 152 Tregaskis, Richard, 109 Trilateral Commission, 163 to 64, 166, 175 Trujillo Molina, Rafael Leonidas, 44, 45 Truman Administration, and Business, 266, 454 N19 in Cold War, 42, 147 Truman Doctrine, 207 to 8, 227, 267 Duong Chin, 111 Truth, Disregard for, 43, 164, 168 to 69 Doctrine versus, 253 in Historical Perspective, 58 and Lies, 40 to 41, 168 and Propaganda, 41, 47 Search for, 49 Turing, Allen, 237, 350, 367 During Test, 237, 351 Turkey, Cold War in, 227 and Israel, 210 Kurds decimated in, 305 to 8, 309 to 10, 315, 344 to 45, 392 NATO bases in, 263 and NATO bombing of Serbia, 308 to 9 and UN, 388 and US foreign policy, 224, 392 US military aid to, 305, 306, 309 to 10, 330, 344, 402 and War on Terror, 344. Turkey, Fawaz, 220 Turley, William S., 175. Unification of language, 295, 347 to 48 of sciences, 350, 352, 354 to 55. United Nations and Africa, 316 Charter of, 412 Conference on Disarmament, 333 and East Timor, 189 to 90, 196, 312, 313 and former Yugoslavia, 323 and human rights, 323 and Iraq, 381, 388 to 91 and Israel, 198, 217, 308, 316 9-72, 388 and Lebanon, 308 and Mayagaz incident, 154, 155 and Outer Space Treaty, 332 and Palestinian rights, 461 N5 and PLO, 217, 316 9-70 Public Trust in, 395 and Third World, 196 U.S. condemned for terrorism by, 329, 343 U.S. debt unpaid to, 316 U.S. disregard of, 302-3, 316, 329, 373, 375, 382, 386, 387-92 Vita Recording, 387-89, 412 and Vietnam War, 65, 107-8, 121, 127, 128, 129-32 and War on Terror, 343. United States and Anti-Americanism, 319-400 Civil liberties disregarded in, 385-86 condemned for terrorism, 329, 343 expansionism of, 45-46, 47, 60, 142, 223-24 foreign aid, 305 foreign investment, 47 and global competition, 267 human rights administration, 189, 190, 191, 195, 216 interventionist tradition of, 112, 125-26, 132, 143, 157, 181-86, 189, 274, 300-324, 329, 394 military aid from, 305 military expenditures of, 332, 373 national interest of, 157, 173-74, 225, 301, 314, 317, 387, 403 national security strategy of, 373, 381, 386-93 and Outer Space Treaty, 332 presidential election, 2000, 339-40 as rogue superpower, 304, 373, 374-77, 381-84, 386-93, 395-97. Index 513. Suggestions for future action, 412-13 World Controllers aim of, 170-71, 223-31. 393, 398 United States Army Field Manual, 118 United Steelworkers of America, 410 Unity of Consciousness, 238 Universe, Mechanical Theory of, 235-37 USAID, Agency for International Development, 132, 179-80. 410-11 U.S. Committee for Refugees, 269 USS Abraham Lincoln, 379-80 USS Liberty, 221-22 USSR, Soviet Union USS Vincennes, 268-69 Uthant, 131. Valeriani, Richard, 195 Vance, Cyrus. 258 Van, John Paul, 121-22, 124-25, 126 variables, controlling 8 to 9 Venezuela and Cuba, 407 to 8 elections in, 412 and Mercosur, 408 oil in, 407, 408, 409 and regional agreements, 408 to 9 U.S. failure to overthrow government in, 410 Venma, Alg, 113 verbal behavior. Complexity of 15, 27 controlling variables of 1, 15 functional analysis of 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 6, 9, 23. 27 prediction of 3 Skinner's system for description of 17 to 18. 26 to 30 unit of 8, 428 10, 46 verbal behavior, Skinner, 1 to 30 verbal operant, tact as 20 to 23 use of term, 8, 18 to 20 ignored, Jean Roger, 283 Viera Durigo, Father Leonito, 191, 194 Vietcong, military attacks on, 109, 147 numbers of, 49, 127, 152 pacification program for, 57 political structure of, 57 popular support of, 118 to 19, 121 to 22, 147. 158 U.S. refusal to recognize, 57 Vietnam, Cambodia invaded by, 382 coalition government of, 57 to 58. Crop destruction in, 117, 118 government of, 66, 72, 112, 124 nationalist movement of, 225 and UN, 461 N5 unification of, 127 U.S. aid to, 61 and U.S. national interest, 125, 228 to 30 Vietnam syndrome, 215, 268, 273, 328 Vietnam War, alternative endings in, 71 to 73 anti-war protests, 9, 46, 49, 51, 63 to 74, 135. 153 to 54, 156, 204, 267, 268, 328, 394 to 95, 457, N36 atrocities in, 62, 272 to 73 and China, 69, 70, 72, 130 to 31, 382 Christmas bombing, 1972, 136 to 37 costs of, 218, 267, 269. Credibility gap, 142 and crimes against peace, 126 to 33, 142 death toll unknown in, 380 and domino theory, 226 to 27, 457 N36 government propaganda about, 41, 69 to 70, 156 to 59, 174, 181, 261, 268, 271 to 73 history of rewritten, 268 Hugh massacre, 120 to 21 and international law, 105 to 21 Conho massacre, 153 lack of popular support for, 113, 153, 157, 163 lessons of, 151 to 52, 156 Mayagas incident, 154 to 56, 184, 186 Miyaguk rule in, 115 Miyas in, 270, 271, 272 A military necessity, 121 to 26 My Lai massacre, 113 to 16, 119, 152 to 53, 442 and 25 National Liberation Front, NLF, in 56 to 57 Nuremberg Standards applied to 105, 109 to 10, 113, 126 to 27, 132 Operation Junctioning City, 115 Operation Speedy Express, 153 Peace negotiations in 73, 149 and Pentagon Papers, 124, 147, 149, 174, 175 to 76, 217, 440 N5, 450 N7 Fukui Massacre, 116 Quagmire Hypothesis about 175 refugees of 65, 115, 117 to 18 Responsibility of intellectuals in 40 to 44, 45 to 52, 61 to 62, 74, 142, 153 to 54, 159, 162 to 63, 174 to 76 as Revolutionary People Less War, 110 to 11, 124, 129, 137 Secret Files of 107 to 8 Sun Mai Massacre, 112 Tet Offensive, 120, 123, 137 and UN, 65, 107 to 8, 121, 127, 128, 129 to 32, 514. Index. Vietnam War, Cont. U.S. bombing in 41, 47, 48, 64, 65, 68, 106, 109, 111, 115 to 18, 120 to 21, 136 to 37, 149 and U.S. economy, 267 U.S. escalation of 41, 124 to 25, 127, 140 U.S. failure in 141 to 56, 163, 175, 218, 450 N5 and U.S. foreign policy, 161 to 63, 174 to 75, 179, 184 U.S. goals in 126, 229 to 30, 449 N1 as U.S. laboratory, 132 and U.S. politics, 73, 74, 148, 175 U.S. refusal to permit political settlement of 56 to 57 U.S. withdrawal from 74, 125 war crimes in 106, 112, 113 to 21, 122 to 23, 125, 152, 159 White Paper on 127 Winter Soldier Investigation, 114. Vision, Study of 249 to 50 Volition and Behavior, 5. Walker, Edward, 370 Wall Street Journal, 196 to 97 Waltz, Kenneth, 384, 393 War against much weaker enemies, 328 Aggressive, 107 to 9, 129 and Biotera, 333 Capability of global destruction, 327 to 28 Class, 325 Concentrated power and 325 to 26, 328 European, 328 likelihood of, 332 to 34 between nation-states, 328 preventive, 374 to 77, 378 to 82, 394 proxy, 329, 449 and 3 public opposition to, 328 war crimes and military necessity, 121 to 26 and Nuremberg, 105 to 13, 118, 119, 123, 215, 273, 380 operational definitions of, 380 preventive war as, 374 in Vietnam, 106, 112, 113 to 21, 122 to 23, 125, 152, 159 war guilt, 39 war on terror, 328 to 30, and bioterror, 333 and domestic elections, 380 domestic freedoms curtailed in, 345. 385 to 86 and militarization of space, 332 to 34 preventive war in, 344 and September 11th attacks, 329, 345, 379. Washington, George, 131 Washington Consensus, 334 Washington Post, 146 to 47, 149, 155, 156 Watergate, 134 to 40, 162 Watson, John B., 21 Watson, Thomas, 134 Watts, David, 192, 193 Wealth Gap, 53, 331, 332, 334, 338, 339, 340 Weapons of Mass Destruction, WMD. Absence of, 375, 380 as deterrent against U.S. powers, 393 to 94 inspections for, 378, 390 intention to develop, 375 proliferation of, 302, 303, 384, 393 propaganda about, 378, 390 to 91, 396 Weir, Fred, 407 Welfare State, Pluralistic Society of, 52 Scholar Experts on, 53 Wells, Sumner, 400 West, Richard, 121 West Africa, 407 Westing, Arthur, 117 Westmoreland, William, 71, 115, 148, 149 Weasel, Ellie, 206 Wieseltier, Leon, 454 to 55 and 22 Williams, Ian, 323 Williams, William Appleman, 178 Williamson, Richard, 270 Wilson, Dagmar, 66 Wilson, E. O. 348 Wilson, Richard, 384 Wilson, Woodrow, 43, 262, 264, 265, 267. 397 Wilson Corollary to Monroe Doctrine, 224. 400 Wilsonian Peace Principle, 182 to 83, 301, 397. 398, 400, 402 Winter, Roger, 269 Winter Soldier Investigation, 114 Wolfe, Charles, 55 to 56, 58 Woodrow Wilson Center, 337 Workers' Control Movement, 101, 102. 246 World Bank. And Bolivia, 409 and East Asia, 334 and India, 59 to 60 and Labour Market, 337 World Court, 312, 329, 343, 376, 412 World Economic Forum, WEF, 326 Davos Meeting of, 395 to 97 Public Poll of, 395 World Social Forum, WSF, Opening Address, 2002, 325 to 40. Index, 515. World Trade Center, attack on, 1993, 342 World Trade Organization, WTO, 326, 335. 338 World War I. Greele Commission, 264 Post-War Anti-Communism, 263, 267 Post-War Bavaria, 178 World War II, aerial bombing in, 106 to 7, 109 comparisons with, 119 to 20, 152, 404 documentary evidence in, 107 to 8 and Holocaust, 39, 152 leadership quality in, 124 national interest in, 173 and Nuremberg, see Nuremberg Tribunal Ordinance expended in, 65 and Pearl Harbor, 374. Post-war international order, 260 to 61, 264 post-war U.S. foreign policy, 169 to 74, 376 World Zionist Organization, 203. Yakovi, Gad, 211 N. Yamashita, General, 153 Yugoslavia, former. NATO bombing of, see NATO UN Special Investigator for, 323 Workers' Councils in, 87. Zaire, 211, 213 to 14 Zion, Grace, 273 Zin, Howard, 64 Zionism, 200 N, 203 Zionist Organization of America, 203 Zogby, James, 220.